Okay, now, hopefully things are better. Hopefully things are better. Let's see. What can I see? Things are better. Hopefully things are better. Looks good to me. What can I see? Looks good to me. I think it's good. Yeah, I just, it's ridiculous. Something got adjusted without my knowing when something updated. But now we're back. Hopefully that's the last thing I need to fix. All right, so now we're going to get into, we're going to give updates on the signed Iran deal and the Ukraine attack this morning, drone attack on a Moscow oil refinery. We're going to do both of those things. So I appreciate you coming back. I don't even know that people got sent over properly to from the last one to this one. Anyways, we're here now. Hopefully anybody who didn't get sent over can find it. And all right. Now, I did want to mention, I'm seeing tonight some reporting in recent minutes of new fighting in Lebanon right now. Now remember, part of the memorandum of understanding between the U.S. and Israel, part of the memorandum is that the fighting stops in Lebanon. But that appears to be not happening. I'm going to tell you some reporting about that in a second. So if you look here, well, where is this thing? Hold on. So this is from Reuters. This is the text of, nothing's working. It's already one of those nights. I can already tell it's already going to be one of these nights. I can tell. It's just where things, here it is. Man. Here, look, this is the document that was sent to Congress, the memorandum of understanding via Reuters. Iran and the U.S. and their allies in the current war, by signing this memorandum of understanding, declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Now, I am seeing reports tonight of new fighting in Lebanon. So, for example, let me show you this. Here's marine traffic, by the way, Strait of Hormuz via marinetraffic.com. We'll look at that later. But let me show you this. I just saw this right now. This is from a Lebanese media outlet, Al Mayadeen. Al Mayadeen. Here's what they say. I need a moment to pull this up here. Where's this other thing that I now can't find? Okay. Check this out. So this is just the last hour. This is just in the last hour. This is from Al Mayadeen. So down here, this is 4 minutes ago. Al Mayadeen's correspondent in South Lebanon. The confrontations being waged by the resistance in the area of Ali Tahir and Kafar Tubna are the most violent, intense, and ferocious. 8 minutes ago, evacuation operations this is unconfirmed. Evacuation operations being carried out by Israeli ambulance units in the vicinity of the Ali Tahrir area of Kfar Tibrit. Up here, you can see up here, about 40 minutes ago, about an hour ago, Israeli warplanes attacked the towns of Haruf and Al-Sharikia. About 40 minutes ago, Al-Mayadin's correspondent in South Lebanon, an Israeli airstrike targeted the town of Kfar Jews. 25 minutes ago, Al-Mayadin reports rockets fired towards Israeli soldiers who were trying to infiltrate a hill. About 25 minutes ago, Al-Mayadin reports an Israeli airstrike targeted the city of Nabatea, and another targeted the town of Kafr Shuba. About 13 minutes ago, Al-Mayadin, there are martyrs and wounded as a result of Israeli aggression in the towns of Haruf, Al-Sharikia, and Kfar Jews in the Nabatea district. So this is in the last hour, these reports of fighting in southern Lebanon. I can't confirm this stuff, but I have a hard time thinking they're making all this up. Now, I don't know about this kind of stuff. I mean, so from what Wikipedia says, Al-Mayadin is known as leaning towards being as a pro-Hezbollah outlet. Hold on. This is a Hezbollah. I have a Hezbollah report. Okay, Hezbollah just came out with a statement. This is from Hezbollah. Let me show you this. This is from Hezbollah. They say, in defense of Lebanon and its people, and based on the legitimate right to resist occupation and liberate the land, and in response to the Israeli enemy's violation of the ceasefire, and within the framework of the Ashura operations, and after observing an Israeli enemy force consisting of an armored platoon and an infantry platoon attempting to infiltrate towards the northern side of the Ali al-Tahrir Heights, the Mujahideen of the Islamic resistance lured them toward the kill zone and then engaged them with various weapons, targeting 3 tanks with guided missiles, which now they claim they destroyed 3 tanks. I don't know that that's true. The Mujahideen continue with their confrontation with the enemy force with intense volleys of rockets and artillery shells. Clashes are still ongoing at the time of issuing this statement. So again, I don't know if they really blew up Israeli tanks, but they are saying that they are fighting now with Israel in Lebanon. And they mentioned Ali al-Tahrir. I'll show you where that is. So again, multiple reports tonight of fighting in southern Lebanon. And is this something that's going to, because again, the memorandum of understanding said ceasefire applies to Lebanon. I need a moment here. So let me pull up something on the screen. Thanks for your patience. I saw a report from an Al Jazeera reporter too, which I want to mention to you. I don't see, they're saying Ali al-Tahrir Heights. I don't know where that is, but I can tell you that Al-Mayadin said the Ali Tahrir Heights. Is that where it is? Yeah, so yeah, just to be clear here also, oops, hang on. So just to show you this here. So here's Israel and here's Lebanon. This is from Google Maps. And I just want to, why is this being all funky? So the Nabatea region, the Nabatea governorate is in here. It's hard to see. See, it says Nabatea. Why doesn't it actually display? Well, it's in this area. Wikipedia. The capital of the region is Nabatea, the Nabatea governorate, and that's in southern Lebanon. And there's reported fighting there tonight. And I also saw Ali Hashem, who is with Ali Hashem about 40 minutes ago. He is with Al Jazeera. He posted on social media saying there are heavy clashes tonight between Hezbollah and Israel on the Kafar Tibnit and Ali Tahrir Hill axis. He says that Hezbollah rockets destroyed an Israeli military vehicle, and he says that there are reports of Israeli casualties after roadside bomb and anti-tank missile attacks. He said Israeli warplanes have carried out several strikes around Nabatea, and there's a report of a strike inside the city. So again, we're seeing reports of heavy fighting tonight between Israel and Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Now, Al Mayadeen, which is a Lebanese outlet, I believe they had claimed earlier today, claimed that Iran had paused negotiations because of this, but I haven't heard that in Iranian media. Let me see if I can find that report from Al Mayadeen. Yes, so about 4 hours ago, Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news outlet, had reported. Actually, I'll show it to you. Al Mayadeen had said about 4 hours ago. Can I fit it on the screen here? Yes. An informed source for Al Mayadeen: the Iranian negotiating delegation suspends its trip to Switzerland due to the ongoing Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon. Now, I haven't seen that confirmed in Iranian media. One of the Iranian state media outlets posted that report, but they didn't report it themselves. So, again, big question. Will the fighting derail the in Lebanon, derail the negotiations between Israel and between the U.S. and Iran? Give me a second here. I need a quick second. Our viewer Kelly Smith thinks this is of no surprise. Bonzilla says it will definitely mess with that deal. Back to the drawing board, ay caramba. Hey, a quick thanks to David B. PD5it for for being a member, for being a new member. Air Bear, thanks for being a member. David L. Upton, thanks for being a member. Thank you, Shaft, for the gift memberships. It's very nice of you, Shaft. Thank you. Aaron Sellers, thanks for being a member. Peasy Wheats, thanks for being a member. And thanks for the gift membership. Thanks also to Hey It's Rachel for subscribing on Twitch, Andy and Austin for your support on Twitch, Dodo Bird for subscribing, and Azizat for subscribing on Twitch, KCXO for subscribing on Twitch. So, hang on a moment here. Again, significant fighting reported in Lebanon tonight, southern Lebanon. And Hezbollah just released a statement, again, I mentioned to you, which I think may have been their first. Hang on. Let me double check this. Oh, okay. So Ali Hashem, who is with Al Jazeera, he reports 13 minutes ago Israeli airstrikes on residential neighborhoods in South Lebanon. Residential neighborhoods in South Lebanon have left several civilians dead and injured. Now, I'm assuming Israel will say that it is attacking, Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. And Iranian state media is reporting about Lebanon. So Press TV, which is Iranian state media, they just posted a video where they say footage documents the aftermath of the Israeli airstrike on the town of Haruf in southern Lebanon. Hang on a moment here. I'm going to show you that post again just came out from Hezbollah. Oh, where's this? Seeing some more unconfirmed reports about Lebanon tonight. Now, Al-Manar is owned by Hezbollah. Al-Manar is a Hezbollah media channel. But they are reporting fighting. Just to show you here. So this is from Al-Manar, which is Hezbollah media. But they say 2 dead and wounded in the hostile Israeli raid that targeted the town of Al-Qataniya. They say the Mujahideen have considered, I believe Mujahideen is fighters. Yeah, it means struggler or fighter. So they're saying that the Hezbollah fighters have continued their resistance against the enemy with intensive rocket and artillery fire, and the clashes are still ongoing. Oh, that's according. That was from the Hezbollah statement. I'll show you the Hezbollah statement again. This Hezbollah statement came out 14 minutes ago. It's a statement from Hezbollah. So again, they say, in defense of Lebanon and its people, based on the legitimate right to resist occupation and liberate the land, and in response to the Israeli enemy's violation of the ceasefire, They say, after observing an Israeli force consisting of an armored platoon and an infantry platoon attempting to infiltrate towards the northern side of the Ali al-Tahrir Heights, the fighters of the Islamic resistance lured them towards the kill zone and then engaged them with various weapons, targeting 3 Merkava tanks with guided missiles, which led to their destruction. Again, I don't know if they really destroyed Israeli tanks, and setting them ablaze. The Mujahideen continued with their confrontation with the enemy force with intense volleys of rockets and artillery shells. Then in bold it says, clashes are still ongoing at the time of issuing this statement. Intense fighting tonight. Reports of intense fighting tonight in southern Lebanon. What if I do this? Reports of Israel Hezbollah clashes in southern Lebanon. Mr. QQQ Crash says, wasn't there a memorandum of understanding? And yes, the memorandum, as I showed you, called for the immediate and permanent, oh, you can't see it. The immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Give me a moment here. Hold on a moment. Breaking news. Breaking news. One of the viewers mentioned this in the chat. This just coming in. News update. Just coming in right now. Thanks to the viewer who mentioned this. CNN reports. Kristen Holmes of CNN says, a White House spokesperson says Vice President Vance is no longer traveling to Switzerland tonight. As the vice president said at his press conference, the plans for the upcoming technical talks have not been finalized, and the U.S. delegation has been prepared to depart at the first available opportunity. But the logistics of these negotiations have never been simple or predictable, says the White House spokesperson. As of now, the vice president is not departing tonight. We will let you know as soon as we have a concrete update about next steps. So that's just in. CNN reports that Vice President Vance is not traveling to start negotiating with Iran tonight. Not traveling to Switzerland to start negotiating with Iran. This statement also, Wall Street Journal, same statement. So, new headline. Vice President Vance cancels trip tonight to Switzerland to negotiate how do I say this? Vice President Vance cancels trip to Switzerland to negotiate with Iran. That doesn't read right. It's ambiguous. Because people will read that and think he's canceling it so he can negotiate with Iran. No, he's canceling the negotiation trip. He cancels trip to Switzerland for Iran negotiation? How's that? Hopefully that makes sense. So, multiple outlets are reporting the same statement just coming in now. This is the statement from multiple outlets by the White House. Let me read this again. As the vice president said at his press conference, the plans for the upcoming technical talks have not been finalized, and the U.S. delegation has been prepared to depart at the first available opportunity. But the logistics of these negotiations have never been simple or predictable. As of now, the vice president is not departing tonight. We will let you know as soon as we have a concrete update about next steps. How about this? Yes, so he was supposed to go tonight to Switzerland to start the negotiations with Iran. I wonder if this is going to affect like oil prices and stuff. This comes tonight when there's reports of significant fighting in between Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon. I'm not really seeing a big difference in oil right now. This is the 5-day Brent crude oil chart from TradingView. And oil is at 70. Oh, is oil market open right now? It's open right now. It closes for the weekend. I don't know when it closes because it's a holiday tomorrow. It's a holiday Friday, but it's open right now. So oil is 79.14. This is a 5-day chart, but you can see there's no huge move up at the moment. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Juneteenth is the holiday tomorrow. Federal holiday, Juneteenth tomorrow. So we have breaking news. Now, let me see if we get any Iranian reaction to this. Now, the statement from the White House didn't mention the fighting in southern Lebanon tonight, but I don't know if that had something to do with it. Hang on a moment here. Hey, thanks so much to our moderators. We have moderating right now. Haley Girl and Ruth are moderating. Big thank you. We have moderating Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev on Twitch. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. On Facebook, thanks to our moderators there. Michelle Batten, our viewer, says, I guess the war is still on if Trip is canceled. Hey, thanks to K. Larry Body, who's moderating. Thanks, Darren Charlo for moderating. Andrea Holder. Thanks, Sophie Coretta, for being a subscriber over there. And also, hey, shout out to our member, Turned Off, Pete, 1987, our member. Thanks, Stoned in the Wasteland, for your support. Stoned in the Wasteland thinks Trump's resolve crumpled up like his pool paint. Thank you, Stoned in the Wasteland. Thank you, Jasper Axelrad. Jasper, the problem with your suggested alternate headline is it doesn't mention Iran. So I'm going to leave it like this. But thank you, Jasper. Jet Souls Forever, thank you. Spirit Wolfie, thank you. Maybe I'll check in a little bit. I mean, in Beirut, it's the middle of the night. I don't know that planes would be going in and out of Beirut anyway, Spirit Wolfie, at this point. But maybe we can check in a few minutes the flight radar. Thanks, Spirit Wolfie. I believe it's about 4:17 a.m. Lebanon time right now. Yeah, 4:17 a.m. Thanks, Panic, our member. Panic. Thanks, Step One, for your support. Also, hang on a moment here. Amanda Mosher gave 5 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Amanda. Thank you. Let me show you here the statement from the White House. Guys, here is the White House statement about J.D. Vance, his trip being canceled. Do this too. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment here. Let me do this way. Here is the statement from the White House. From the White House press pool, Kate Sullivan. Your pooler has just received the following statement from the Vice President's office. As the Vice President said at his press conference, the plans for the upcoming technical talks have not been finalized, and the U.S. delegation has been prepared to depart at the first available opportunity. But the logistics of these negotiations, I mean, that could mean all kinds of things, have never been simple or predictable. As of now, the Vice President is not departing tonight. We will let you know as soon as we have a concrete update about next steps. We look forward to beginning technical talks with Iran as soon as possible. White House spokesman. All right. Yeah, we'll play back marine traffic in a little bit. So that's happening. Hold on a moment. I just saw a report. This is interesting. What is this? Barack Ravid. What is this? N12 News says Barack Ravid reports the White House. This must be a typo. That's a typo. I think that's a typo. I think. I'm gonna wait and see. That made no real sense. I think there's a typo in the N12 News report. That wouldn't make much sense at all. I'll let you know. I'll keep an eye out for it. So again, heavy fighting. I should put it on the screen too with the ticker because I do think that's important news. I think it's important news that there's heavy fighting reported tonight in southern Lebanon. So let me just get that up there for you. Bear with me here. Please bear with me. Here's what I'm putting in the ticker, just because I think it's important to have it up there as some context tonight. See if this works. Yeah, so the ticker says there are multiple reports of heavy fighting tonight between Israel and Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran, in southern Lebanon. The memorandum of understanding signed by the U.S. and Iran called for the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Thank you, by the way. Hey, David L. Upton, thanks for the memberships. Please thank somebody if they give you a gift membership or gift subscription. Thanks, David L. Upton, for the memberships. Thanks, Vanessa Fernandez, who thinks this whole thing is bad optics with Vance. I don't like it all. Israel will always have the right to defend itself. This deal will fall through and Israel will be blamed. SMH, she says. Thank you, Vanessa Fernandez. Also, Trippy. Trippy says Vance is now on the side of Iran and against Israel. Was that on your bingo card, people? Thanks, Fiona Diamond. I'll see if I get any comment from Iranian state media after J.D. Vance has canceled J.D. Vance's trip. I shouldn't say Vice President. Well, Vice President Vance cancels. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't. Technically speaking, somebody else might have canceled it, but I'm fine. I'm fine with him with it saying Vice President Vance cancels the trip. So again, Vice President Vance is not going to Switzerland tonight to negotiate with Iran to start the 60-day negotiations. Uh-oh. Hold on. Now I'm back. Now I'm back. PAC 100 thinks Vance is about to rage quit. 7-6 thinks it's Jover back to war. Oh, thanks, Lola. Oh, by the way, hold on a second. News the Security Cabinet. I don't have the rights to this video, but they just posted a video. News the Security Cabinet is a Telegram account I follow that reports on Israeli news. And they just posted a video from South Lebanon of artillery fire seen and heard in southern Lebanon. And they also reported a couple hours ago, they said the Air Force is conducting strikes in southern Lebanon, although that might have been something that the Israeli Air Force said. No, they didn't post it that I see. But again, reports of significant, of heavy fighting between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah tonight, ongoing now in southern Lebanon. Roy Case, who's an Israeli reporter that I follow, he says reports in Lebanon tonight on a series of Israeli strikes in the past hour in several villages in the Nabatea area in southern Lebanon. As I mentioned, Al Mayadeen, which is affiliated with Hezbollah, I think they're seen as pro-Hezbollah, they reported casualties and wounded. And remember, Hezbollah themselves made a statement. I was trying to show you this again. Hezbollah itself released a statement that said that, where did this go? What happened here? Hang on. I got to fix this. The Hezbollah statement that came out about a half hour ago claimed that Hezbollah forces had engaged an Israeli force in southern Lebanon with various weapons, and they claim to have destroyed 3 tanks of Israel. I don't know if that's true, and they say clashes are still ongoing at the time of issuing this statement. I have not seen any Iranian comment from their state media yet on this breaking news that J.D. Vance has canceled his trip to Switzerland tonight, which was supposed to be a trip to start negotiations with Iran, like over their nuclear program, for example, the negotiations to deal with the difficult issues that were called for. Those negotiations were called for in the memorandum of understanding. Yeah, and as I mentioned, Veronica W., our member, mentioned this. There was an unconfirmed report earlier from Al Mayadeen, a Lebanese news outlet, claiming that Iran had canceled its trip to Switzerland over the fighting in Lebanon. But that was never announced by Iran. Iran had never confirmed that. Several hours ago, Al Mayadeen claimed that Iran negotiating delegations had suspended its trip to Switzerland due to the ongoing Israeli attacks in southern Lebanon, but that was never confirmed by Iran. Now, I don't know if that maybe the U.S. got word that that was going to happen, but I never saw that confirmed by Iran. So, some breaking news tonight. Lola Guacamole thinks Iran is misbehaving. All right, so we're going to have to, during this stream, we're going to have to keep an eye on what's going on in the Middle East because stuff is developing there now. Jared says this is intense. We're going to talk a little bit, I think, about the Ukraine situation and keep an eye on the Middle East situation too. Got to keep an eye on both. All right, we'll do that. Again, I just have to keep an eye. Things are developing at the moment. We have things developing at the moment. All right, so while we're waiting for more from the Middle East tonight, let's talk some about what's going on with this morning. There was a major drone attack by Ukraine on a oil refinery in Moscow. So I want to talk about that for a second. Hang on. Okay. All right, I have a video to show you too of that. So let me pull that up here. Here. Ukraine brings the war to Moscow as huge blasts shake refinery. This was earlier today. Hold on, let me pull the video down so you can see it. Check out this video. No, that's not the video. I'll play it for you in a second when I pull it up here. That's not the video. Here it is. I think I got the video. Here is the video. Check this out. An explosion lifts a massive storage lid into the air as a Ukrainian drone hits a Moscow refinery. This was earlier today. Crazy.
Похоронили еще какому-то, сука.
The regional governor said drones also struck a high-rise residential building, an industrial facility, and private houses. Crazy! Look at that! Play the whole thing again. Look at the storage lid. Unbelievable.
Похоронили еще какому-то, сука.
Let me read you a little bit about this. And again, I believe this was with this morning. The video said the 17th, but I think it's the 18th, because today's the 18th. June 18th, Reuters. The blast was so powerful that the huge disc-shaped lid of an oil storage tank was launched into the sky over Moscow like a frisbee. Evading Russian air defenses, Ukrainian drones. Oh, you know, I'm going to make sure I want to have the red ticker up. Evading Russian air defenses, Ukrainian drones struck an oil refinery in southeast Moscow on Thursday, today, for the second time in 3 days, igniting a fierce blaze that spewed out clouds of black smoke. I have some other videos of this too, of the smoke, but there's actually a photo of the smoke. Hold on, I'm going to show you a photo. Kristen McConnell-Gate says, that was insane. I'll show you a couple photos here too. Here are these photos. These are photos of the scene. Now this was, hold on, this was smoke rises from the oil refinery in Moscow, Russia. Yeah. This is smoke rising from the oil refinery in Moscow. Right there. That's from that's a photo from Reuters there. Look at that. And then there's another one. Yeah, there you can see the sky black. This was just this morning. Oh, there's the lid. Hey, look, a close-up on the lid. The storage lid flying through the air. Wow. Eric Zimmerman said oil rain happy again. I saw some reports online that said there was oil rain in the area after. One of the viewers said a UFO. Darth Tater says it was raining oil. So Reuters says, again, evading Russian air defenses today, Ukrainian drones struck an oil refinery in southeast Moscow for the second time in 3 days, igniting a fierce blaze that spewed out clouds of black smoke. The attacks are part of a wider Ukrainian campaign to cripple the oil industry, whose revenues finance Russia's war effort. But by striking with apparent impunity at a piece of critical infrastructure located inside Moscow's Ring Road, just 10 miles from the Kremlin, Ukraine is also sending a message to ordinary Russians. Ukraine's foreign minister Andriy Sybiha posted on X, one of the most popular questions asked by Muscovites this morning is, what is going on? I can answer. Your country started a war of aggression against ours. For years it has been killing our people. Now that you know what's going on, ask Putin when he is planning to end it. Ukraine says its strikes deep inside Russia are evidence that it is turning the tide of the war, a message that President Zelensky took this week to U.S. President Trump and other G7 leaders at a summit in France. A Kremlin aide denied on Thursday that the battlefield situation was shifting in Ukraine's favor and said that Trump had been pumped up with harmful ideas at the G7 meeting. There was no immediate comment from President Putin of Russia, who was hosting leaders from Southeast Asia at a summit in the city of Kazan. Let me show you this video again. This is today. In Moscow.
Похоронилищу какому-то, сука. Бля. Бля.
Play it one more time.
Ох, бля. Похоронилищу какому-то, сука. Бля. Бля.
I'm changing the headline just to make clear what we're talking about right at the moment. But
Похоронилищу какому-то, сука. Бля.
okay. I also want to say in the Vice President Vance's trip tonight to Switzerland to negotiate with Iran has been canceled. Okay. They said this was due to issues with the logistics of the negotiations. Okay. Sorry, I want to give you, I'm going to take some of your comments on the air. I just want to let you know a little more about what Reuters says about the background of this major drone attack on Moscow, especially on a refinery in Moscow that happened this morning. Attack causes major disruption. Throughout more than 4 years of war, political analysts and opinion pollsters say many Russians have sought to shut out the reality of the conflict, still described by the Kremlin as a special military operation, and get on with their lives. Moscow has been periodically hit by drones since as far back as May 2023, when 2 drones reached the Kremlin itself without causing damage. Until now, such attacks had scarcely intruded on everyday life in the city of 13 million people. On Thursday, however, there was major disruption across the capital. Flights were suspended at all Moscow airports and traffic was halted on the highway around the city near the refinery. Sheremetyevo Airport, Moscow's busiest, was evacuated. In online chat rooms, some residents complained about the lack of warning, saying no sirens had sounded. A Moscow news channel reported that suburban residents said a shower of rain had left spots and smears of oil on cars and windowsills. There's your oil rain some of you were talking about. In a sign of the broader economic impact of Ukrainian attacks, gasoline shortages have emerged in some parts of Russia in recent weeks. Russia, the world's 3rd biggest oil producer and a major oil and fuel exporter, is set to import fuel by sea this month, industry sources have told Reuters. Moscow authorities said the petrol situation in and around the capital was, quote, normal, but the federal anti-monopoly watchdog asked a major retailer to explain why it had hiked prices by 19% in the last week for the most popular grade of gasoline. For Kyiv, for Ukraine, the value of the attacks on Moscow is partly symbolic. Images of fire and destruction in the Russian capital spread rapidly across the internet, often accompanied by mocking and gleeful comments at Moscow's expense. Andrei Medvedev, a pro-government blogger and Russian TV host, said those who posted such footage should be prosecuted. He wrote on Telegram, a few days ago, some idiots filmed and posted the video and the enemy watched it, assessed it, and adjusted the next strike. So those who posted the video are committing pure treason. I'm going to take some comments for you on this, but again, I got to play this video again. There's more videos on the web. This is what I have the rights to show you this. I can't just steal everything I want off the web, but I have the rights to this from Reuters. But gives you a sense of some of what was going on.
Ох, бля. Похоронилищу какому-то, сука.
Make it a little bigger for you.
Бля. Оба народ. Бля. Ох, бля. Похоронилищу какому-то, сука. Бля. Оба народ.
I'm sorry, I was accidentally muted. So what I was saying is, um, there actually is a video. So there were numerous drone strikes on this. There were numerous drone strikes on this in the area and on this refinery. However, there is a video going around. A viewer, I had seen this before I came on the air, and a viewer mentioned to me again. So thanks to the viewer for reminding me that Special Curson Cat posted this. I don't have the rights to the video, but I'll post a link to the video. And it's Special Curson Cat, who I follow, says that it seems to show that the explosion that lifted up, that we saw in the video, that lifted up the lid off of that oil tank, it looked like. Special Curson Cat believes it was caused by a Russian air defense missile that, I guess, went off target. So I'll post that right now in the chat for you. I just posted it, and I posted it on my X at @Lookner. I don't have the rights to the video. But what the video appears to show is like a projectile flying really quick, very low, and then hitting that tank and then the lid flying up. So I don't know if that particular one was caused by a Russian air defense missile or not. It's very possible it was. But I mean, Russia itself, I think, said they shot down over 900 drones. Let me get you the statement from the. I can get you a statement from the mayor of Moscow about this. Okay, so here is what the mayor of Moscow said. Now, this was earlier today. This is from Mayor Sergei Sobyanin on his Telegram account when he was posting about this attack. And so you can see he says, he talks about drones being shot down en route to Moscow. An attack by 6 more drones has been repelled. The Ministry of Defense's air system continues to repel enemy drone strike attacks on Moscow. This is from, he posted this about 24 hours ago. Minor damage to one building was recorded all at the debris impact site in the Sadavad shopping center. There were no injuries. Air defense forces continue to repel the massive attack, he calls it. Several drones managed to reach the oil refinery, he said. Measures are being taken to mitigate the consequences. Then he eventually said 43 drones were destroyed by the Ministry of Defense's air defense system. Emergency services are working at the debris site. Then he said after that, the Ministry of Defense's air defense system destroyed 52 drones en route to Moscow. Then he said in total, approximately 180 drones en route to Moscow have been destroyed. Air defense operations continue. Then he said the attack by 10 drones was repelled by Ministry of Defense's air defense forces. He says the fire, and then he posted about 8 hours after posting this other stuff. At 7:53 a.m. Eastern Time, the mayor of Moscow posted the fire caused by a drone strike on the Moscow oil refinery has been largely contained, and the remaining fire is being extinguished. There were no injuries at the refinery. So regardless of whether that tank top, that big round top of a tank, which exploded into the air, that may have been caused by a Russian air defense missile, which hit the tank. I'm not sure, but you can see Russia itself said that there were drones that hit the oil refinery, and that there were hundreds of drones shot at Moscow in this attack. Okay, so I wanted to mention that to you. Lolly Lollipop says it was very dramatic looking. Give me a quick moment here. Oh, hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Just so you know, now this is pretty common that this happens, but just to let you know this is going on. Ukraine right now is reporting enemy tactical aviation activity. So here's a couple posts from 10 minutes ago from Ukraine. Ukraine Air Force said 10 minutes ago, drones in the north of Chernihiv region in Ukraine heading to Chernihiv, also warning enemy tactical aviation activity in the eastern direction, the threat of using air weapons for frontline regions. So we could be hearing about Russian jets firing missiles at Ukraine firing jets at Ukraine in the coming minutes. So I'll keep you posted on that. Those posts are from 10 minutes ago. Okay. Gary Baines thinks missiles, it's going to be bad. Thanks, Heather Lee. Thanks, Heather Lee, for being a member, and Echo Park Mom for being a member, and Sean53 for your support from Canada, and Bob Knuth, thanks for your support. Did I thank Lola PQ for the memberships? Thanks, Lola PQ. Oops, I spelled. Ooh. First of all, there's a big typo. Now, So there's fighting reported in Lebanon tonight between Israel and Hezbollah. J.D. Vance has canceled his trip to go to Switzerland to negotiate with Iran. New reporting just moments ago from Al Manar, which is Hezbollah News. Al Manar Hezbollah News reports Israeli artillery bombardment on the outskirts of Saj and Al Aishiyah in the Mahmoudiyah district, which I assume is in. I assume that's going to be in southern Lebanon. Yes. Yeah. So here is Lebanon. Here's Israel. There you can see Mahmoudiyah, which is in southern Lebanon here. So Al-Manar just reported moments ago, Hezbollah news outlet saying that Israel is hitting that area with artillery. Also, about 7 minutes ago, Al-Manar claimed that Israeli warplanes attacked Jabor and Kafr Dajjal, which I'm going to assume both of those are in southern Lebanon. There's Jabor Cheka, Lebanon. Is that what we're looking for? Well, that's up there. I don't know if that's right. That might be a misspelling, though. How about Kafr Dajjal? Yeah, sometimes the spellings get translated different ways and you can't find them on maps. Hang on. Give me one moment. We are bringing you the latest updates, both from Ukraine and the Middle East. Ukraine-Russia situation in the Middle East tonight, with new developments. So bear with me as I check some things out here and see what is going on. I see another report from Al-Masira, which is I think Al-Masira is a Houthi. Are they the Houthis? Yes, the channel owned by the Houthis in Yemen. They say, Lebanese sources are saying Israeli aircraft are launching raids in Lebanon. We have a new statement by the Supreme National Security Council in Iran. New statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council. This is new. Statement of the Secretariat of the Supreme National Security Council, with careful supervision of the implementation of the understanding, in case of violation by the American side, the predetermined countermeasure will be taken. The Secretariat of the Supreme National Security Council assures the Supreme Leader and the great and heroic nation of Iran that in implementing the directives and orders, in implementing the directives and orders, it keeps doing this. In implementing His Excellency's measures and orders, especially in guarding the rights of the Iranian nation and the resistance front, honoring the blood of our martyrs, and advancing future negotiations based on the interests and benefits of the Islamic Republic of Iran, it will not show any leniency and will not rest until the full rights of the Iranian nation are fulfilled and the pure and sacred blood of our martyred leader is avenged. In this regard, with complete distrust of the treacherous and treaty-breaking enemy, and with careful supervision of the negotiation process and implementation of programs, if any violation or misconduct occurs on the part of the American side, according to the predetermined plan, a countermeasure will be taken. Sounds like a threat, but I mean, it doesn't say anything's happening right now. Lopsided says sounds serious. All right, so that just came out. That's from Fars News, Iranian state media. Jermaine Morgan says, what are they going to use rocks? Stasha Morgan says, that doesn't sound like a peace deal. Dad's Army says, same old. Wisco Joe says, sounds like the status quo press release from Iran. New statement from Hezbollah. New statement tonight from Hezbollah from about 15 minutes ago. Remember, there's a bunch of reporting that says that there's fighting going on tonight in Israel, in southern Lebanon between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah. Okay, this is a new statement from Hezbollah. They say in accordance with their first statement, in which they claimed that they had attacked several Israeli tanks tonight, and they said fighting was still happening. After the deadly ambush set up by our resistance fighters for a force of the Israeli enemy, when it tried to circumvent and infiltrate towards the northern side of Al-Tahrir Heights via an invisible route, a second Israeli force tried to advance to retrieve the dead and wounded under a heavy smoke cover, simultaneously with the fire of dozens of flares toward the area. We targeted it with a salvo of rockets and mortar shells and achieved confirmed hits. Now, I don't know if this is true, but they're saying that there's more fighting between them and Israel. They just posted that 19 minutes ago. That is from Hezbollah. Barak Ravid. News from Barak Ravid. Barak Ravid, N12 News, just posted and said on N12, Barak Ravid reports, A senior American official estimated that Iranian claims regarding alleged ceasefire violations in Lebanon by Israel might be the reason that the talks in Switzerland will not take place today. Remember, J.D. Vance not going to Switzerland. Canceled. Was supposed to go tonight. Core Vidcore says, well, duh. Al-Manar, which is, I believe, Hezbollah News. Yes, Al-Manar Hezbollah News claims a few seconds ago that enemy warplanes targeted the town of Jabshit in southern Lebanon. They also say enemy drones targeted the town of Douir in southern Lebanon. Oh, Shahab News Agency, which is a Middle Eastern news outlet, Shahab News Agency. They said, just so you know, 24 minutes ago, intense tank fire from Israeli tanks east of Khan Yunis, southern Gaza Strip. So they say that there's also some fighting going on in the Gaza Strip tonight. It's a whole other thing. Oh, hold on a second here. I have a report from Ukraine. I have a report from Ukraine. Oh, the guided aerial bombs. So a warning in Ukraine right now of guided aerial bombs heading towards parts of Ukraine. KAB's guided aerial bombs to Dnipropetrovsk region, Donetsk region, and eastern Kharkiv region. Now, I don't know if this is a retaliation. I mean, there's been so many obvious. It's not a rare thing for Russia to launch missiles and drones and strikes at Ukraine. I don't know if this is intended to be a retaliation for the Ukrainian attack on Moscow, especially a Moscow refinery early this morning. So yeah, 2Kawa says they do it every day. I don't know if it's every day, but it's a lot. But so I'll keep an eye on it. Full Moon says it happens daily. So I don't know if any of this is in direct response to what happened this morning, or it's just the normal. I want to show you something else. Now, IRNA News Agency, which is Iranian state media, they say, let me show you what they said. And again, I don't know about these claims about Hezbollah knocking out Israeli tanks, but the point is, I think the larger point is there's reports of significant fighting tonight between Israel and Hezbollah. That's not something Iran is going to like, and Iran News is reporting on it. According to field sources, fierce clashes erupted Friday between Hezbollah and the Israeli army on several southern Lebanese fronts. At least 5 army vehicles were knocked out by Hezbollah, claims Iran. 4 Israeli helicopters are said to have been sent to the zone to airlift the injured, claims Iran. Let me just take a second and mention some more about the attack overnight, the big drone attack on Moscow by Ukraine overnight. Hey, thanks to Goxbirds for being a member. Thanks to Wisconsin Steve. No, I have not heard anything about the strait being recently closed again. I haven't heard anything about that at this point. Thank you, Stanislav Babenko. Thanks so much, Stanislav. That's very nice of you. Thanks, Randy528, for being a member. Martin Ging. Martin Ging says this exposes Russia defense to the world. I think you mean about the drone attack. Thank you, Martin Ging. Thanks to All That's Random for being a member. Watching from the UK. Heather Lee, thanks for being a member. And let's take a look at something more about the attack in Moscow. Hey, thanks to Snapfish and Muddy Dogs for subscribing on Twitch. And also, hey, it's Rachel, XO, for subscribing on Twitch. Here is this. Oops, you'll see it in a second. Ukraine pummels Russian capital with what may be largest drone strike yet on Moscow. This is from the Washington Post. After weeks of intensifying Russian bombing of Kyiv, Ukraine hammered Moscow with a swarm of drone strikes in what appeared to be the largest attack on Moscow since President Putin plunged the region into full-scale war in February 2022. The dramatic strikes came 2 days after Ukrainian President Zelensky met President Trump at a Group of Seven summit in France, putting Russia's war back on the White House agenda after months of a focus on its war against Iran. Trump urged Russia to make a deal to end the war and decried the high number of soldiers being killed, but conceded there was no end in sight. In remarks to journalists Thursday, Zelensky said that drone strikes on Moscow were retaliation for the recent attack on the Kyiv-Perch Lavra. I have video of that I'm going to show you. The Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra, a church and monastery complex in central Kyiv, regarded as one of the holiest Orthodox sites on the world. That was attacked a few days ago. Hang on, I have a video of that here from AFP. Here is this video from AFP that came out. This was on Monday. This video came out on Monday. Hold on, I'll show you. I don't think I showed this to you yet. See, it says Russian strikes cause fire at Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra Cathedral. I think it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Again, this was around Sunday or Monday, I believe. This video is from Monday. Yeah, so just to show you some more about that site there. Again, President Zelensky said the drone strikes on Moscow were retaliation for Russia's recent attack on that church, the Kyiv-Pechersk Lavra. you can see this is from somehow I'm on dark mode. How am I on dark mode on Wikipedia? Oh, here it is. Okay. So Wikipedia says the Kiev Perchersk Lavra is a historic lavra or large monastery of Eastern Christianity. It was founded as the cave monastery in 1051. It was burned down in 1416. It was rebuilt in 1470. And you can see on January 24th, 2026, a Russian drone attack shattered windows and damaged 2 buildings of the complex, marking the first time it sustained war-related damage since World War II. That was in January. On June 14th, a Russian drone attack caused significant damage to the complex as part of a targeted attack that also damaged other cultural elements in Kyiv. The damage, likely from Geron 2 drones, the Russian version of the Iranian Shahed-type kamikaze drone, included destruction of a significant portion of the roof, damage to the main dome, and is it cupola? Cupola? I never say this word out loud, so I'm probably totally saying it wrong. It is cupola. And it also caused significant fires within the structure of the Dormition Cathedral. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So anyways, again, President Zelensky said the strikes on Moscow were retaliation for the recent attack on the Kyiv Pechersk Lavra. Zelensky said despite 3 years of air defense systems deployed in Moscow, we can still reach them. We certainly do not want Ukraine to be burning because of the enemy, but if Ukraine is burning, your Moscow will be burning as well. By Thursday morning, exploding drones had left smoldering debris in at least 10 areas of Moscow and the wider capital region, including setting off a renewed fire at a major oil refinery, which sent up plumes of black smoke that hung ominously over the region. I showed you video of that before. The refinery in Kapotnia, a few miles outside Moscow. Now, this is a few miles outside Moscow, but other articles describe it as a Moscow refinery. So it says here Kapotnia. Maybe it's Metro Moscow. So Wikipedia says Kapotnia is an administrative district, one of the 125 rayons of Moscow, Russia. Well, Wikipedia says it's in Moscow. Kapotnia is best known as the site of the Moscow refinery. Yeah, Wikipedia says this refinery is in the southeast of the Russian capital of Moscow. Anyways, this refinery that was hit supplies a large amount of Moscow's fuel and was struck for a second time within a week. The refinery supplies up to 40% of the capital's gasoline and about half of its diesel. The full extent of the damage to the refinery was not immediately clear. The mayor of Moscow said air defense forces had shot down 194 drones flying toward the capital. The governor of the Moscow region said at least 17 people had been injured in the attacks, including 2 children. All 4 Moscow airports suspended operations. Oh, the Russian Defense Ministry said in a briefing a total of at least 992 drones were shot down over Russia in the past 24 hours, making it the highest reported number since 2022. Residents in the Moscow region, says the Washington Post, for the first time reported black oil rain which occurs when massive fires at oil refineries send thick soot and toxic hydrocarbons into the atmosphere. In a town east of Moscow, people posted pictures appearing to show traces of petroleum products or soot on window sills and cars. In other towns around Moscow, 2 other towns, residents reported a foul smell and similar smudges of a dark, sticky substance on windows and other surfaces. The Regional Ecology Ministry denied the appearance of oil rains. The ministry said that people noticed soot settling on surfaces, the same kind produced by a stove or a campfire. The Ecology Ministry added that air quality monitoring stations had not recorded pollution exceeding permissible limits. At the same time, it advised residents to minimize time outdoors, avoid leaving their homes unless necessary, refrain from opening windows, and wear masks. Russian state television channels limited coverage of the strikes to a minute or less of airtime, but images of the smoke plumes have flooded social media even as many Russians are wary of sharing the aftermath of the Ukrainian attacks online. The online activity indicated that Ukraine was at least partially succeeding in its goal of making Muscovites feel the brunt of the war raging about 700 miles to the west after largely being unimpacted for years. Kyiv residents, by contrast, are often seeking shelter multiple times per week. By bringing the war home to the residents of the capital, Kyiv also hopes to increase public pressure on Putin to come to the negotiating table. Let me again show you the video of some of this drone attack. Although remember, there is a video floating around that I reposted on my X account that suggests that possibly this strike here, where a lid of a tank flew up, possibly this was caused by an errant Russian defense missile. It's not clear. Here's a shot of a drone hitting a building.
Бля. Ёба народ. Что это? Бля. Ох, бля. Похоронили еще какому-то, сука. Бля. Ёба народ. Что это? Бля.
Quite remarkable video there. Let's see, I'll take a couple comments here. Mr. Wesker says, crazy times. Yellow Summer says, this isn't a Die Hard movie. Tangled Charlotte says, Russia can always pack up and go home. Placebo says, there are some very clear videos out of the ballistic arc of the man pad that hit the tank. That's what Placebo says. App L says, Putin must stop, not Zelensky. David Karshan says that must really be a mess with the oil. Just some more here on these drone strikes. The Washington Post says that in recent months, Russian authorities issued orders across at least 30 regions of Russia, banning the spread of information about drone strikes and the damage they cause. Moscow adopted a similar decree last month, with violators facing fines from about $40 to $2,700. You're not allowed to, film these drone strikes and post stuff on the internet about it. Pro-war Russian military bloggers have rushed to claim that Russian air defense systems successfully deterred most of the drones heading deep into Russian territory over the past week. Rybar Telegram, close to the defense ministry, said 100% of air defense 100% air defense effectiveness is a myth, but conceded that it is precisely the small fraction of drones that do reach their targets that makes the difference. Rybar said the Ukrainian military spends far less on these drones than the losses incurred by Russian enterprises due to the disruption of export capabilities. The Post also says the ultimate effect of Ukraine's drone strikes is impossible to predict. Putin has shown no sign of giving up on his goal of taking the Donetsk region in eastern Ukraine, whether by force or by having Ukraine surrender it in a deal. The Russian foreign minister said in a comment on the drone attacks, the Russian foreign minister Sergei Lavrov recalled a recent threat by Putin to carry out massive coordinated strikes on a regular basis against targets on which Ukrainian combat readiness depends. This is a task set by the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, and our armed forces are carrying it out and will continue to do so, he told state media. One of Russia's top television propagandists, Vladimir Solovyev, said during a live stream on his channel that, quote, hysterical people rattled by the drone strikes in Moscow should leave the city, and urged that those who post and share videos of the aftermath be jailed. Weeks of sustained Ukrainian attacks on Russian energy facilities using long-range drones have forced many of Russia's regions to start rationing fuel. An energy expert, Sergei Vakulenko, said in a podcast that Russian refining volumes fell to about 4.3 million in the last week of May from roughly 5.3 million barrels per day in March, a drop of about 20%. He also said Ukraine's strategy appears to have evolved. While earlier strikes often hit primary distillation units involved in the first stage of processing crude oil, more recent strikes have damaged secondary equipment that is more complex and takes longer to repair. Earlier this year, Ukraine tried to curb Russia's global energy exports to hurt the government's wartime coffers, but at the moment, Russia's crude exports are at their highest since 2022. While its domestic market remains under strain, the war in Iran has boosted Russian oil sales. The logic of these attacks, said the energy expert Vakulenko, is probably more about bringing the pain of the war home to the Russians. Interesting article. Our viewer Iroquois says Russia still needs roughly 20% of Donetsk won't happen. Yeah, I'm going to check more updates from the Middle East too. We're talking about both of these things. Wood is good thinks Putin won't stop until he is dead. Spilled Coffee says this just means Russia has to move air defense from the front to Moscow, which means Ukraine will take land back faster. Lori Murphy says Russia not letting people post aftermath of drone strikes is like what the U.S. did to companies with satellite images during the Iran war. All right, give me a moment here. We're going to bring you more updates. Hey, thanks to LK Ghost 25 for being a member. Thank you. Also, C. Serwin, thanks for your support. C. Serwin says Russia has nukes, so what more defense do they need if cornered? Zelensky must stop fighting a war he cannot handle, says C. Serwin, and trying to make the U.S. or others get involved. They lost. C. Serwin, our viewer, thinks Ukraine lost the war. Thanks, Stanislav Babenko. Thanks, Stanislav. That's very nice of you. Also, Paul G. Thanks for the memberships. Paul G. 6142. And also, hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. I wanted to thank here Sophie Coretta for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Sophie. And Kendra Fox on Twitch. Thank you. Pres Reagan 94. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Kendra Fox, thanks for giving a gift sub on Twitch. Very nice of you. What is this? Give me a moment here. What am I looking at here? Do I have video from there? Crap. I don't have video from South Lebanon right now, I don't think. Yeah, Beirut would not do me much good. I was wondering if maybe I had some video of southern Lebanon. There's been a bunch of fighting going on overnight in southern Lebanon, but I don't think I have any live video from there at the moment. Give me a moment here. Why is this all weird? Bear with me a second here. Yeah, I don't have access to live video there. I just saw a video posted by a Telegram channel I follow showing what appears to be, as the sun comes up, more fighting in southern Lebanon. I don't have the rights to show it. I'm looking at it right now. By the way, the hold on, what is it here? Social News. They are a Ukrainian news outlet. Oh, is that state news? Let me a second here. Yeah, National Broadcasting Company of Ukraine says that the mayor of Kharkiv in Ukraine said, as a result of this is a guided aerial bomb strike in Kharkiv. At least 15 private residential buildings and a warehouse were damaged, and 6 people are injured and over 40 private homes damaged. This was just posted about 8 minutes ago. Some new, in Kharkiv in the Kolodno-Hersky district of Kharkiv, Russian guided aerial bombs damaged about 40 private homes and 6 people are injured. That's according to the Kharkiv mayor. Give me a moment. The Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal reports tonight the Pentagon needs $80 billion to cover costs from the Iran war as well as other non war related bills, the Deputy Defense Secretary told lawmakers this week. I just saw that. I see some others are talking about that online. AZ Intel and Jerusalem Post. That's a Wall Street Journal update tonight. I don't see a breakdown of exactly how that 80 billion is laid out. It just says 80 billion to cover costs from the Iran war as well as other non-war related bills. Wall Street Journal says Pentagon leaders have said they could start running out of money for operations this summer unless Congress passes a new wartime spending bill. AZ Intel said there's a fire at an elementary school in Tokyo. I'll have to check on that as well. That doesn't sound good. Hang on, I'm going to keep an eye on it. Injuries and stragglers being confirmed. Fire at an elementary school in Tokyo. NERV says currently being confirmed whether any children are trapped. NHK News says the same thing. NHK News Japan says fire, injured and trapped persons being checked. Hang on, give me a moment. Fire at an elementary school in Tokyo. Three children who were in the outdoor area of the school were rescued. The police and fire department are investigating the situation to determine if there are any injuries or if anyone was trapped. That's what NHK is saying. I don't know if I'll have video of that at all. Let me do a quick check here. Let me do a quick check. Give me 1 sec. I'm just checking in on this. Hopefully nobody's trapped in that school. All right, if I get footage of that, I'll let you know. Again, NHK Japan saying there is a fire at an elementary school. There's video. It's a significant fire. There's a lot of water being poured on the school. And they say that they are checking to see if there are any injuries or if anyone was trapped. So I'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to post a video from that school in the chat. I'll post a link to it in the chat. Another video of the fire at an elementary school in Tokyo. Unclear if there are injuries. Oops, I did a spelling. Oh no. I did a typo. Okay. Let's try to get you some more updates here. So I know we're jumping around for a lot of things. We've been covering both the Middle East with developments tonight and also Ukraine. Barak Ravid reports a senior American official told me that one of the reasons for postponing J.D. Vance's trip to Switzerland to negotiate with Iran tonight might be Iranian claims regarding the situation in Lebanon. Remember, heavy fighting reported overnight in Lebanon between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah. The signed deal, memorandum of understanding, says where is it here? The signed deal says Iran and the U.S. declare the immediate and permanent termination of military operations on all fronts, including in Lebanon. Iran, the U.S., and their allies. Oh, hold on. I might have some video from Japan. I may have some video. I have video from Japan. Hang on. Some video coming up from Japan where there's been an elementary school fire. Hang on. I'm playing it for you right now. Give me a second. Give me a moment. What's happening here? This is live in Tokyo, Japan. Look, that's the site of the elementary school fire. Looks like the fire might be out. Looks like the fire is out. The firefighters are in, this is via Reuters. Firefighters are in the school. It is specifically in Kita Ward, Tokyo. Kita Ward, Tokyo. At the Takinagawa 3rd Elementary School. Look at the firefighters again. This is an elementary school in Tokyo. There was a major fire there. Hopefully everybody got out. Sunshine says that's a big burnout. I don't know what caused the fire. Yeah, I mean, look at that. There was black smoke pouring from the school. I don't know if the whole building is the school. Maybe some of the building is the school. I don't know if it's all the school. I can't tell. Maybe all of it's the school. Then John says it was a music room? I haven't seen that. I'll try to find a different story that talks about it. I'm looking at a... NHK said it appears to be a 4-story school building. Now, TBS News Japan said that there were reports of people trapped inside, but I have not heard that confirmed. TBS News Japan said, again, that there were reports of people trapped inside. So I don't know. That's unconfirmed. Yes. TBS said black smoke was seen rising from the music room on the 4th floor, and the fire is spreading rapidly. I don't know where the fire started, though. There are firefighters out there, many firefighters there. There's a bunch of empty stretchers. Oh, it looks like they're maybe taking an injured... I don't know if that's an injured person or not. Could be an injured person away. But there's there's tons of responders set up to handle people there, it looks like. Hopefully people are okay. I don't know the cause. I have no idea. No idea the cause of this fire. There was a lot of smoke there earlier. Runman Man says the place is full of firefighters. Real quick, I'm going to just do this. I'll put the headline on the page. Now, Mr. QQ Crash said there were children sitting on the outside of the windows. Now, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen much video of this from earlier. I saw some of it. You can see definitely firefighters on the inside of that building. All of that burnt out area in there. BNO posted a different video, which I will I will post a link to the BNO video in the chat. There was a lot of smoke coming out of that school. Flight radar says there are Tokyo Fire Department and other helicopters near that fire. But again, it looks, we're not seeing smoke come out of there right now. Takanyo says, I can see somebody named Takanyo posted, I saw children evacuating through the windows, so I ran to inform the firefighters. Again, hopefully people are okay. It looks like maybe the helicopter is leaving. Maybe the helicopter has to refuel. I don't know. The helicopter, what is it showing now? Or is it showing a fire? Is that a fire? Is that just any plane, or is that a firefighting plane? It's showing a plane. It is showing a plane. Oh, BNO News, one of our viewers said, had a picture of the kids on the balcony. Hold on. I think I reposted it. Or no? Oh, yeah. Yeah, BNO News had a video with, it looked like kids sitting on the balcony. On the 4th floor. They were waiting on the balcony to be rescued, it looked like. They're getting, I guess, these responder aircraft on the live shot. Yes, there are a number of aircraft flying in the sky. I'm looking on Flight Radar 24 right now. There's several aircraft and helicopters in the area circling around. My guess is that some of them are news. But I see about 3 or 4 helicopters and a couple planes. You're seeing some of them right now on this live shot. Haley Girl says, how scary for those kids. So again, we've broken in with some coverage of this breaking news from Japan. A major fire broke out at an elementary school. And we do not know if anyone was trapped in there. The good news is I haven't heard yet that anyone is trapped in there. Is the helicopter leaving? It might be leaving the area. I don't know. The time in Tokyo is about noon. It's about noon Tokyo time right now. I think that this helicopter is leaving. That's what it looks like to me. Doesn't it look like that to you? But I'll give it one moment. You never know. All right, if I get more footage, I'll let you know. I'll keep an eye on that. Oops, yeah, they just lost the footage. There you go. Footage gone. Footage gone. Let me see if they replace it with more. The live event has ended. Okay. So let me put back here. Updates. On Iran deal and Musk on Ukraine. Drone attack. Moscow refinery. Oops. All right, so let's see if we're going to see if we have any updates from the Middle East and also from the Ukraine-Russia situation. Hey, a quick thanks to Paul G again for the memberships earlier. Paul G, thank you. Thanks, Sharon Mansard. Yeah, I don't have the rights to that video, so I can't show it, Sharon. I posted a video earlier on my X account, which I reposted a video which shows. Give me a moment here. I need a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, it's a video that appears to show during the Ukrainian drone attack some Russian security forces firing handheld air defense from the middle of a highway. It's kind of an odd video. In a second, I'll post it for you. I'm just trying to fix something here. What is going on with this? Sorry, I'm having a weird little issue here. What is happening with this? Let me do this real quick. One moment, just one moment. I'll post a link in the chat to that video. Again, I had posted it earlier today on my X account. You can follow me on X at Lookner. I post a bunch of videos and updates there. Why did this not work? Let's try this again. Okay, now it worked. Now it worked. Yeah, I'm posting right now in the chat the supposed video of a person, a Russian security force, firing, looks like a handheld anti-air defense missile on a busy highway. Thank you, Sharon Mansur. I appreciate that. Also, K Ghost, thank you so much for being a member. Now, AZ Intel said that a Japanese news network claimed that 300 people have been evacuated from that fire in Japan. Now, when we were just looking at the live shot, we didn't see any flames. Oh, update from NHK about the Japanese school fire. Several children have been reported to have inhaled smoke, and one teacher has been injured, it says. All children and teachers have been evacuated, and no one is trapped. That's good news. About 300 students and teachers were in the school. Okay. Update on Tokyo elementary school fire. Several children have been reported to have inhaled smoke, and one teacher has been injured. All children and teachers have been evacuated, and no one has been trapped. Again, that's from NHK. So positive news. Rocket Squirrel says, thank goodness. Betty Westbrook says, thank goodness. Evelyn Main says, thank God. Yes, that is good news. When I first heard the story, I was extremely concerned what we might hear. Should check on the Middle East and see if we have any updates on the fighting in Lebanon. Oh, Hot News, which is an Israeli news account I follow, is posting videos of more Israeli attacks in South Lebanon. I want to show you a little something about that was said about the Iran deal by, I actually followed this person for their analysis, Danny Sintrinowicz, who's an Israeli analyst. He says for Israel, he believes the Iran-US deal is a strategic catastrophe. This is from a Reuters article. He said what had been framed as a joint U.S.-Israeli campaign to weaken or even topple the Islamic Republic has, in his view, flipped into an American recognition of Iran. Sintrinowicz is a senior Iran researcher at the Israel's Institute for National Security Studies. He says, we, Israel, went to topple the regime with U.S. backing and ended up with Washington effectively giving legitimacy and strengthening the same regime we wanted to bring down. He says the deal delivers none of Israel's core demands, no curbs on Iran's missile program or support for proxies, and no clear path to dismantling its nuclear facilities. Even Israel's campaign in Lebanon has been constrained by the ceasefire framework imposed at Iran's insistence. The fallout is both political and strategic. The deal undercuts Netanyahu's narrative on Iran and exposes the limits of his leverage with a U.S. president seen as closely aligned with Israel. Sintrinowicz says Iran has gained room to maneuver, and the deal risks entrenching Iran's position while deepening Israel's isolation. Everything is bad, he said bluntly, and it's only going to get worse. If the agreement holds, Iran appears to secure the stronger outcome, I guess Sintrinowicz said, an end to the war, phased sanctions relief, renewed oil exports, and the prospect of vast reconstruction funds alongside implicit acceptance of its political system. Washington, I think this is Reuters talking here. Washington, they say, by contrast, falls short of the goals it shared with Israel, toppling the clerical establishment, dismantling Iran's nuclear program, and curbing its regional reach. Rather than reshaping Iran's position, the deal restores it. That's just one analysis. You might feel differently. Also, though, let me mention this. Speaking of what's been going on tonight in Lebanon, look at down here. Israel can be a spoiler to the deal. The Reuters article says, some analysts see Israel as the main wild card. While unlikely to derail a process owned by Trump, they warn the risk remains, particularly in Lebanon, where we've been seeing fighting overnight. Israel has been isolated after this war, both in the region and the world, said one Iranian official who declined to be named. But again, are we going to see fighting in Lebanon get in the way of these negotiations? That fighting might have already caused J.D. Vance to cancel his trip to Switzerland. There was Al-Mayadeen in Lebanon had claimed today that Iran had canceled its trip to Switzerland to negotiate with the U.S. over the fighting in Lebanon, but that was never confirmed by Iran. Oh, we should do a poll. The poll. So remember, the memorandum of understanding, which is right here from Reuters, it calls for a 60-day negotiation. See, like, for example, finalized as part of a final deal within 60 days. So there's supposed to be 60 days to negotiate various issues, like what's going to happen with their enriched uranium. And there's often a final deal is mentioned in here a bunch. So if I search for final deal, you see all these mentions of final deal. The two parties agree to discuss the issue of enrichment and other mutually agreed matters related to the Iran's nuclear needs based on a satisfactory framework being agreed upon in the final deal. The final deal will confirm provisions of this paragraph. Pending the final deal, blah, 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 blah. So my question to you is, will there be a final deal? The final deal would need to do things like we can see it right here. Number 3, Iran and the U.S. commit to negotiating and achieving the final deal in maximum 60 days, extendable with mutual consent. But the final deal, I guess, would specify what's going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz. It would specify what's going to happen with the enriched uranium in Iran. The highly enriched uranium that Iran has, also what kind of enrichment they will or will not be allowed to do going forward. You can see Iran and the U.S. have agreed to resolve the disposition of stockpiled enriched material pursuant to a mechanism that will be mutually agreed upon. With the minimum methodology to be down blending on site under the supervision of IAEA. Also, if the deal gets finalized, there will be frozen or restricted funds for Iran will be released. Some are going to be released already. I'd have to look up exactly what it says here. There's the $300 billion. The U.S. undertakes with regional partners to develop a definitive mutually agreed plan with at least $300 billion for the reconstruction and economic development of Iran. The mechanism of this $300 billion plus reconstruction fund and economic development fund will be finalized as part of the final deal within 60 days. And then where does it talk about, before I do my poll, yes, the U.S. undertakes to terminate all types of sanctions against Iran in an agreed upon schedule as part of the final deal. So all this stuff is part of the final deal. So my question to you is, will there be a final deal signed? Will the U.S. and Iran sign a final deal? That's my question. That's going to be my poll question. All right, so hang on a moment. I'm going to post this poll question. See what you guys say. Susan says no because Israel won't stop. Need to put a time frame on it? No, I'm not going to. If you think it's going to happen in 5 years, you can vote yes. That still would say there's a final deal. I mean, I don't mean that 100 years from now there's some other deal worked out. I mean on a final deal where final deal is the final deal specified in this memorandum of understanding. All right, give me a moment. Let me get this posted everywhere. I posted it already 2 places. Thomas Darwin thinks Israel is going on its own now. Okay, I'm posting this right now. I am posting the poll, and I'm going to let you guys see. We haven't even checked marine traffic yet. I want to show you that. We haven't talked about about the strait. We got to talk about that. But all right, here's what you guys said about this question. Jennifer Benj says death cults don't make deals. Uh, 76% say no. People were skeptical that there was going to be a memorandum of understanding signed in our chat. So 76% say no over there. 86% say no on Facebook. 77% say no on YouTube. And on Twitch, we have right now, oh, no poll graphic. That's right. I forgot. We had you guys thinking about it over there. Here's what Twitch says. I just saw someone post about Trump's schedule, Mr. Smicker. Yeah, I'll mention this. I'm going to look at the schedule right now. 69% say no on Twitch. Hey, I just saw President Trump's schedule for the weekend. So let me put that on the screen for you. Thank you, Low SF. Low SF, thank you. Low SF says, we all know Israel is the real threat. Thanks, Low SF from Canada. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. So you guys are pretty skeptical about the U.S. and Iran signing a final deal. It was 83% no on Facebook. All right, I'm going to show you Trump's schedule right now. I can see it right in front of me. Oops. Got to put it up here this way. Here it is. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it maybe one day at a time. Here is Trump's schedule this weekend schedule. Now, you can see that. It says Friday, executive time 8 a.m., departs the White House on Joint Base Andrews. He's at U.S. Joint Base Andrews at 1:30, greets U.S. Air Force service members. He is going to Camp David. He's going to Camp David this weekend, as one of our viewers said. Camp David all weekend, and then gets back to the White House on Sunday. Now, why is he at Camp David this weekend? That I don't know. Maybe I should know, but I don't know why is he going to Camp David this weekend. I don't see any public events. Gary Bain says it's a vacation. Is it a vacation? He's going from Friday to Sunday. One of our viewers said, hold on a second here. One of our viewers said it's a Father's Day retreat, but Father's Day is Sunday. He's coming back on Sunday. Camp David is a country retreat for the President of the United States. About 62 miles away from D.C. Summer Sunrise says world leaders meeting. Is he meeting anybody at Camp David? Leslie Ladycock says it isn't a vacation place. Is he going to meet with somebody there? Now, I will say this. He was supposed to go on a cabinet trip to Camp David in May. So back at the end of May, he was going to go meet with his cabinet at Camp David. And that got canceled. He said it was he cited weather. So I don't know what's happening. But I wonder if he's meeting anyone there. Now, Miss Link says it would be weird for him to pull people away on Father's Day. I don't see any reporting about it yet. Oh, thank you to Mosh Miri. Mosh Miri thinks Trump could care less about his family. He didn't even go to his son's wedding? That's what Mosh Miri said. Thank you, Mosh, for your support. Yeah, if I hear anything about that, I'll let you know. Thanks, Kendra Fox, for your support on Twitch. Chris N says probably a big debrief on the G7 meeting. Was it known he was going there this weekend? I mean, that the schedule just came out. I wasn't aware of it, but maybe it was reported and I just hadn't seen it. Jeff Gwaltney, our viewer, writes in and says, Trump will get a deal no matter what it costs us, the U.S. So Jeff thinks that Trump is going to go for a final deal at all costs. Jonathan After Dark asked about the oil prices. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. They're up a small amount in recent hours, although I think the market closes on Friday. Well, it definitely closes on Friday, but I don't know if it closes. No, I don't know if it closes early on Friday because Friday is a holiday. Anyways, it's open right now, but you can see this is a 5-day chart. So if you look at the 5-day chart, for Brent crude, there hasn't been much movement in the last well, this is about that's about 3 p.m. It's been pretty steady for the last 8 hours or so. I mean, I know that looks like a big leap, but it's just, I mean, that's going from 79 to 79.40 to 79.42. That's the 5-day for WTI crude. So this is the 5-day for WTI crude. That's the 1-day for WTI crude. So not much of a change in the last, 8 hours or so. Give me a moment here. PW360 says Camp David is well known for a place where big decisions are made. Cuba, maybe? I don't know. PW360 says maybe they're going to talk about Cuba this weekend. Oh, I wanted to show you something about the Iran deal from Institute for the Study of War. I thought that was interesting. Evelyn in Maine sent me an article from 3 weeks ago talking about Camp David and talking about how Trump prefers to go to his private properties, like his golf courses. But so again, I don't know why he's going this weekend. That was he's going there from Friday till Sunday. Gallant's message me and said, is there like a government, a .gov place where you can view the copy of the 14-point memorandum of understanding? I haven't seen it, but I haven't done like a huge search. I just have, I have the article from Reuters where they posted it. So I'm not sure if they've posted it on a government website yet. Maybe it is, and I just don't know. I haven't really been looking. Feel free to message me if you know where it is. Hang on a second here. Yeah, let me show you. Hang on a moment here. The Institute for the Study of War had an analysis of. Oh, they have a new report, just came out. This is the new Institute for the Study of War report about Iran. I want to show you some of this. Thanks again to all of our moderators who are here. Haley Girl, Ruth, Leslie Ladyhawk. Thank you. Also, thanks to Jesus USB for your support. Thank you, Jesus USB. Also, our moderators, our moderators on Twitch, Bash and Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thanks also to Caviar Liberta on Twitch for your support. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. K. Lowry Body, moderating on Facebook. Thank you. And also a quick shout out to our Twitch subscribers like Naomi Russo, thanks for scrubbing. Justin D. Winters, Susan CHCCH04, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Sandy Doggo, Boba J. Fett, Sarah N. My Mind Spray, Wall Street Shaggy, Hugh J., Simp Nasty Scrimp, Slippy, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. And real quick, our YouTube members like Eric Johnson, Frankly Speaking, Cogito, Stephen Parmy, Fiona Diamond, Buffalo Women, Chris F., Evelyn in Maine, Drew BC, Bluesy Girl, Meat Hooks, Stephen Parmy, Chris N., Mosh Miri, Robert Robertson, Chris F. Thanks to all of our members as well. Steel Booking, Evelyn in Maine, David Joe Klotz, and others. Now let me show you this from the Institute for the Study of War. And I'll post a link where you can find this report from them in the chat. Oops. I did that wrong. Understandingwar.org. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I want to show you. This just came out. I want to show you some of this and some of the one from yesterday too. Yeah, so we've been talking about this with the fighting overnight in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps affiliated media has made Iranian implementation of the U.S.-Iran agreement, particularly provisions concerning the Strait of Hormuz, contingent on an end to Israeli operations against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Iran is likely connecting these two clauses to compel the U.S. to pressure Israel to cease operations in Lebanon. Didn't happen overnight. A bunch of fighting reported overnight. The IDF has continued operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, despite Iranian insistence that Israel must halt its campaign in Lebanon as part of the memorandum of understanding, just what we've been talking about. Hezbollah seriously affects northern Israeli security, and its attacks have displaced Israeli citizens there. Israel is not a signatory to the MOU, even though the signatories added language that implied that Israel and Hezbollah were signatories. Iran, under the current Memorandum of Understanding, retains the ability to use the Strait of Hormuz as a tool to secure concessions and advance its strategic objectives. Recent Iranian threats to keep the strait closed unless Israel ends operations in Lebanon further demonstrate the regime's willingness to use the waterway as a strategic source of leverage. Also, Iranian officials continue to signal that the regime will charge fees in the long term for vessels that want to transit the strait, which is part of the broader Iranian effort to maintain long-term control over the strait. This memorandum allows for a resumption of fee collection after 60 days. I should show you marine traffic. Ponicus says Iran retains the strait as a tool to secure concessions. All right, let's look for a second because we haven't looked at it yet. Marine traffic. So why don't I play you? There's the Strait of Hormuz. Let's play the last. Want to do 24 hours? On marinetraffic.com, the ship marine tracking and ship tracking and marine analytics provider. All right, so I'm going to speed this up. Let's look at activity through the Strait of Hormuz. So a number of ships going through. You can see those red ones are tankers. He said 3 tankers go through right there, and then a couple go out and a couple go in, it looks like. So remember, on an average day before the war, it's like 130 ships in and out. I don't think that many went through. But you are seeing ships with their tracking on going through both ways in the strait, which we have not seen much of recently. All right, that's about 12 hours in. No, it's not closed. It should be open. It's supposed to be open, but I mean, it's not a huge amount of traffic. Are they paying the toll booth? Ron said in the memorandum they're not going to collect tolls for 60 days. Leslie Ladehawk said a couple went through. I'll tell you what was said by, I saw some analysis by, was it Lloyd's and Marine Traffic and Kapler? So Marine Traffic on their social media did say that 9 hours ago, they did say that Saudi crude tankers reappear on AIS after Hormuz transits. 3 laden Saudi-flagged, very large crude carriers, I think that is, have reappeared on AIS after more than 2 months of being dark, suggesting tanker operations are cautiously restoring visibility through the Strait of Hormuz. They're putting their tracking, allowing themselves to be tracked publicly while they weren't before. Are those the ones we saw at the beginning? We saw these 3: the Tong Lin Wan, the Mraik, and another one. These 3 all went through. Those don't seem like Saudi names. Tong Lin Wan is an oil tanker, and it looks like it's from under the flag of Hong Kong. So it's a Chinese oil tanker. Reported destination Singapore. Where did that come from? Did it say? For departure from UAE, I believe. Ruwais. Yeah, Ruwais is in the UAE. All right, anyways. Then I saw some other analysis here. Was it Kapler? This is interesting. Kapler, which is they do marine information and tracking. They said a Qatar Energy LNG carrier has returned to Ras Laffan in Qatar and loaded more than 209,000 cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, becoming the first known ballast vessel chartered by the firm to re-enter the Gulf for reloading since the conflict disrupted commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. The transit of this ship is being closely watched by traders and ship owners as an early indicator of improving confidence in the region's most critical energy corridor. So I think reportedly a bunch of ship operators want to make sure it's safe to go through before they go through. And then how about Lloyd's? Lloyd's List. Lloyd's List reported today several large cargo vessels controlled by some of the world's leading ship owners are finally exiting the Middle East Gulf. They also said 13 hours ago, Lloyd's List said, at the time of the writing of this, at least 14 transits through the Strait of Hormuz were recorded on Thursday, up from just 2 the day before. Marshall Stack says Israel wants the U.S. to get stuck there forever with our tax dollars. David Joe Cott says no one can own an international waterway. It would set a dangerous precedent. What if China said it opened, then said it opened the South China Sea? It owned. High Street High says, why do I feel like they're going to stabilize the market and we'll be right back here after the midterms? 420 Aquafina says, Israel will do something stupid that will undo the deal. Any bet takers on that? Gamer Girl PA says, if I were a tanker, I would wait to see other ships safely passing first. There has been so much misinformation on the strait being opened, then closed again. Now, this is something that the Institute for the Study of War posted yesterday about the memorandum of understanding. Hold on. I posted a link to it in the chat. They said the U.S. and Iran signed the memorandum of understanding yesterday. Iran is claiming that the final text satisfies some of its key war aims related to Lebanon and the Strait of Hormuz. The final is basically changed from the version provided to Bloomberg on June 16th, except for text changes in clauses 1 and 5 that Iran reportedly requested. Top Iranian officials are using these changes to imply that they have satisfied their key war aims of controlling the Strait of Hormuz and preserving Hezbollah. This demonstrates the degree of ambiguity. This means that there are parts that are unclear exactly what they mean and can be interpreted different ways. The degree of ambiguity inherent in this MOU and suggests that the U.S. and Iran have divergent views of the agreed upon text. Iran will likely use renewed economic access. Remember, they get to sell oil again under the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, to reconstitute members of the Axis of Resistance, particularly Hezbollah, during the 60-day negotiation period. Iran has already told Hezbollah that Iran will increase its funding to them as soon as possible once the U.S. unfreezes Iranian assets. The U.S. reportedly conditioned economic support for Iraqi Prime Minister Ali al-Zaidi's government on its ability to meet several conditions. I'm going to skip over that. Oh, where is it? I want to show you from the post I showed you from today. There's a nice map there. This is kind of a neat map of the Strait of Hormuz. This is from today's report from Institute for the Study of War. The expansion of Iran's asserted oversight in the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian officials continue to signal that the regime will resume fee collection in the strait following the 60-day negotiation period, which not only would violate international law, but also demonstrates that the regime views the strait as a tool through which it can exert control and extract benefits. And there is the Strait of Hormuz. And the red lines here mark the area that they said was under Iranian oversight on May 4th. But then I guess this is what they said on the pink is on May 21st, it was said. I'll post a link to this again so you can see it. You can look at it yourself. Seems like a fluid situation right now. Again, if you missed it, J.D. Vance canceled his trip tonight to go to Switzerland to start the negotiations with Iran. Wasn't totally clear why. They mentioned the logistics of the negotiations were, what did they say, difficult and unpredictable, but something about the logistics of the negotiations wasn't going right, whatever that means. Thomas Darwin says, very disorganized. Becca Doodlemom says, talks are going well. Wonder if I have an article here about the J.D. Vance thing. Let's see. Hey, look, right here. See, look. Vance delays trip to Switzerland to lead new U.S. talks with Iran on its nuclear program. The White House said Thursday night that Vice President Vance was delaying a trip to Switzerland where he'd been set to lead a new round of negotiations with Iran over its nuclear program, raising questions about what's next for the tentative agreement to end the war. That's from AP. The team led by Vance had been ready to leave but was postponing, the White House said, citing difficult logistics for negotiations. The announcement followed a report from Al Mayadeen, a pan-Arab satellite channel that is politically allied with Hezbollah, that Iran was delaying sending its delegation to Switzerland over Israel's ongoing military campaign in Lebanon. Vance, who was initially personally skeptical of the U.S. going to war with Iran, has increasingly become the administration's face of the conflict and has been outspoken in defending the deal. Earlier Thursday, he took the relatively unusual step of appearing at the White House to defend the initial deal to extend the ceasefire 60 days and allow for more negotiating, arguing that while it offers concessions, Iran first has to comply with U.S. demands. He said, as they dial up their good behavior, we can dial up the economic relief. If they dial down their good behavior, we can turn it off. But the vice president also had said during those remarks he was not sure of the timing of his planned trip to Switzerland, and the talks might not begin this week. AD ESO says futures are moving lower as situation unfolds. Nothing big yet, but markets not open till Monday. Are futures not even open right now at 11:54 tonight? Wouldn't they be no longer open right now? Let me look at... Oh, no, they seem to be open, right? Yes. This, for example, is NASDAQ futures, which is, I know it says 0.65, but actually it is down. There's this weird thing with how it works. So it's actually down about 120 points, which would be about 0.4%. S&P futures are down like 0.1%. Dow futures are down, are actually up a slight, it looks like they're up a slight amount. Volar Vortex says, I mean, today was great for the stock market, so it could be the typical up and down. Miss Link thinks Camp David will bring excitement this weekend. Again, I don't know why Trump is going to Camp David this weekend. I haven't seen any reporting on why he's going there. So we don't. This got announced tonight that he's going to Camp David from Friday to Sunday. So what's he doing in Camp David, guys? I don't see any reporting on what he's doing there. I see some reporters talking about it. Kenneth Cobb says usually secretive. Yes, he's going from Friday to Sunday. Rick James thinks it's not a big deal. Sinful Clam says I live near there. It was Nikki says it's Father's Day. Well, why would he? But why would that make it? Why would he go to Camp David to leave on Father's Day? Ruth says change of pace maybe. I think he normally likes to just go play golf, doesn't he? Be one of his golf properties. That's Cold says maybe to remodel it. Ann Spencer says I'd be interested to know who is going with him. I don't know when he's coming back. Miss Link says 4 p.m. I mean, the schedule says 4 p.m. in pool town call time, in town pool call time, but it doesn't give a firm schedule for when he's coming back. So that's interesting. I mean, I don't. That's. I don't. Again, I that was announced tonight. I haven't seen any reporting on why he's going there. It's not somewhere he would normally go. Seems like maybe a place he would go to have a serious negotiation. Kimberly Joanne says Russia meeting. Its backlog thinks it's probably him meeting with the CIA. Maybe it's something we just haven't heard about yet. Someone asked if The Economist had anything about the situation in Iran, the new developments. I had seen an article. I haven't even looked at it. I'm going to do quickly, just skim it over. They have an article that says the peace. Donald Trump gambles that Iran wants money more than power. The peace deal is all carrot and no stick. They say that the deal Trump signed amounts to the promise of lots and lots of money for Iran, so long as it can satisfy Mr. Trump that it's abandoned any plans for a nuclear weapon. The Economist says that's a huge and unlikely gamble, and it leaves the countries of the Middle East with some hard thinking. They talk about how many of Trump's war aims are not part of the deal. There's no regime change, nothing for Iran's oppressed people, nothing specific for them, no limits on Iran's missiles or supportive proxies. The deal focuses on opening the Strait of Hormuz and the nuclear program. They say, The Economist says the Iranian regime has given up almost nothing. They say the promise not to get a nuclear weapon is old. I believe they said that in the the NPT non-proliferation treaty like 50 years ago, and I believe it was in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action as well. They're supposed to downblend their highly enriched uranium, which is true. They talk about, again, Iran is supposed to, is immediately allowed to sell oil and petrochemical products. And if there's a final deal, it's U.S. has offered to lift all the sanctions, unfreeze tens of billions of dollars, and help create a fund of at least $300 billion for reconstruction and development. That's if the deal is completed. The Economist says the regime has an unprecedented opportunity to trade nukes for cash and investment. But they say, The Economist, that there are reasons to think this will fail. They say Iran's leaders don't trust America. They will expect Israel to sabotage the deal. The nuclear program offers them prestige and potentially protection. The Economist thinks that Iran could very well cheat on the nuclear deal and be secretly working on nuclear stuff. They say. The Economist says the war was a strategic failure for Israel because Iran remains a threat. They say Iranian drones and missiles will continue to pose a threat in the region. Nobody can be sure how willingly America will fight in the future. The Gulf countries can't be sure. Yeah, so if you want to read the whole article, the Economist article is called Donald Trump Gambles That Iran Wants Money More Than Power. It's a very good question. They talk in the article about this idea that Iran could go along with the deal to get all this money and act like they're going along with the deal, but secretly be cheating on the deal. Maybe they have, for example, some secret enrichment facility somewhere that nobody knows about. I don't know if that's totally possible. I mean, it's possible. I don't know to what extent Israeli and U.S. intelligence would figure this out. But again, could you have a case that's brought up in this Economist article is that they on the surface go along with the deal to get all of this money that comes with going along with the deal, while at the same time trying to cheat on the deal, which is an interesting idea. Fantasy says $300 billion will buy a lot of secrecy. And remember, more money here is if they eventually are allowed to charge fees on every ship that goes through the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to make them more money. Sleepy Jinx thinks giving Iran instant good global citizen status after 50 years of terror beyond naive. Thanks so much, Jeff TE88PFCR, who says serious speculation here. Well, at a certain I don't think there's a difference between pure just speculating and in a situation where you don't know what's going to happen, trying to figure out what likely possibilities are based on past events. So it's not just pure speculation based on nothing. It's the Economist talking about, well, given what Iran has done in the past and their motivations, is this a realistic possibility? So I didn't tell you it's going to happen, but it could something that could happen, something that the U.S. needs to be aware of. By the way, thanks to thanks again, Jeff TE88PFCR. That's really nice of you. Hey, thanks Ruth for the memberships, who's also modding. Thank you, Ruth. And Lola PQ gave 10 more of you members. That's really nice of Lola. Thanks, Lola. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership like Lola or Ruth. Thanks also Sabra for being a member. Thanks Corey2S for your support. Give me a moment here. Do we think, now that a memo has been signed, the memo of understanding, could we actually have like a relatively quiet weekend? And it's a long weekend. Could we actually have a relatively quiet weekend? Or I feel like every time we think that might happen, it does not happen. Zambo says no way. Strong One says nope. Hey, thanks Frosty for being a member and Miss Pennywiser for being a member. What does it mean? Flex our status, people are saying in the chat. You mean post as a member post? Miss Mickey Gal thinks Iran has come out a winner. Let me check a couple things here. If you missed it, we talked a bunch about the Ukrainian attack on Moscow, specifically a Moscow oil refinery. We talked a bunch about that earlier. We've been jumping around between things tonight. Oh, I had some more videos too. I mean, I don't think they're as good as they're not as close up as the Reuters video of the attack in Moscow, the drone attack, but I did want to show you them. Give me a moment here. I'm going to pull them up here for you. Yeah, we read you this article before. Ukraine brings the war to Moscow as huge blasts shake refinery. But let me pull up here these videos. Here, I have them over here for some reason. Give me a moment. I'm going to get them on the screen for you. See if this works. See if this works. Did I do it right? I don't know. Try it this way. Try it this way. Here, I got it. getting them here right now so I can show them to you. So I have 3 different videos from when the attack was going on in Moscow. These are from AFP though. These are not from Reuters. So let me pull these up. All right, here's one from AFP. Moscow oil refinery on fire in large-scale drone attack. This was overnight. Actually, that's pretty visual there. Look at that one. Oh, I think this one is a short clip. Really see down here. Is that the whole? Is that? I think that's that clip. That's a pretty short clip. Okay, that's from AFP. Then here's another one from AFP. Which one is this one? I don't know. Ooh. Live from Moscow as smoke and fire are seen in the area of an oil refinery. Again, this was overnight. Look at this. They had a live stream on at the time. I didn't even realize they had this. I don't know if I was awake when they had this one. So again, this was overnight. Crazy. I'll forward it. I think this goes on for a while. There's a little, oh, you can actually see the flames down. I don't know if you guys can see this. Look down there, hold on. You can see the flames. Look in the corner. If I can get this off the screen. You can actually see the flames in the corner. That guy seemed upset. All right, I'll forward it a little. Again, this was like I think about a 15-minute live stream here they did. Look at that. I'll forward it just so you get the idea. So again, that was about a 10-minute or so live stream. Look at that. Hold on. See, you can see. I don't know if that's another explosion there in the corner. Look at the corner here. Kid with his scooter. Let's see if anything else we see. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this angle. Again, this was early on Thursday. Early on Thursday is when this happened. Okay, so that was the second video. That was interesting. I wonder what the third one is. We just saw the second one. Oh, this is a different one they had. Different angle here. Mike says Ukraine will pay. Wall Street says the globe got a ½ degree hotter. Hey, thanks to Jeff TE88, who says what disgusts me is the same people who oppose the Iran conflict support the Ukraine war. Thank you, Jeff TE88 PFC. I really appreciate that. Also, Crypto King. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Here's another shot of when this giant fire was burning at this Moscow refinery. Again, this is earlier Thursday. This was Ukrainian drones. Ukrainian drones hit the Moscow area. Ukraine fired hundreds of drones. Yeah, Sean TV said it rained and it turned that cloud into toxic rain in Moscow. We were talking about in the region, there were people who reported oil rain. Sean said there were videos of it. Look at that. Justin King says, I saw footage of the drone swarm. It's insane. Yeah, there's a lot of really wild videos about showing drones coming in and hitting. I'll show you one more time the video I have from Reuters. I can't just take everything off the web that I don't have the rights to and show it, but there's a lot of that out there. I posted some of it on my X account earlier today, at Lookner. But I'll show you as a sample. Look at that. Wow. Again, this is in Moscow, about 10 miles from the Kremlin. Yeah, they fired, according to Russia, Ukraine fired hundreds of drones. And again, here's this video. We showed you this before, but just to show you it again, if people didn't see it before, see it again. If people didn't see it. No, that's not it. If people didn't see it, here's the one from earlier, the Reuters video here. But to remind you, this video where you see that looks like a top of a giant oil tank or something like that in the air. There's other video that suggests that this might have been caused by possibly a Russian air defense missile that went awry and hit the tanker. So hit the tank, I'm sorry, but it's quite a wild video.
Ох, бля.
And you can see other
Какому-то, сука.
things on other fires at the refinery. And this drone hit this building.
Смотри. Бля. Оба народ. Фуэго. Бля. Ох, бля. Похоронилищу какому-то, сука. Смотри. Бля. Оба народ.
Our viewer Tina Laplaca says, I can't believe this is still going on, the war. One of the viewers said they saw video of missiles. So the Russian authorities said there were a few missiles, a handful of missiles, but there were hundreds of drones. That was what officially Russia said. Where is the, I wanted to actually look and see. Andrei Vorobyov. Maybe I can get the governor from Moscow his telegram and see what he said. Again, that video you just saw was from Reuters. Ah, did I get it? Nope. I think I found the Moscow region governor telegram. Ah, here it is. Okay. This is from the leader. He's the Moscow Okay. Moscow governor of the Moscow region, Andrei Vorobyov. So here's something that he posted about this drone attack. And he posted about it today. Just so you can see this. In a drone attack in the Moscow region, as of noon, so this was a while ago, this was posted about 18 hours ago or so. As of noon Russia time, 17 people, including 2 children, were injured. 3 people were injured in Ramenskoye, Moscow region. One person in this part of Moscow, 2 people in this kind of part of Moscow, 1 person, 9 people here. Firefighting and post-attack cleanup efforts are ongoing. All emergency and response services are working in enhanced mode and doing everything possible to ensure the safety of residents. Okay. He said air defense forces continued to repel drone attacks in the Moscow region overnight and in the morning. This was overnight. Summer house hit. Fitness center building and a facility and industrial drone were damaged. Debris from a downed drone damaged the roof of a private home. Drone struck an apartment building. The fire escapes between the 23rd and 24th floors and 2 balcony slabs were damaged. All right, so he didn't say that much on his Telegram about it. I'm just seeing if I have any other new updates for you guys here. Yeah, so I wonder if there'll be big developments this weekend. I have no idea. Thomas Darwin says, wonder how Russia will respond. I wonder if they'll do one of their big missile attacks on Ukraine that they sometimes do. Missile and drone attacks. Maybe on Kyiv. They've done it before. Oh, by the way, just 5 minutes ago, Al Jazeera just reported Israeli airstrikes on the city of Nabatea and the towns of Haruf and Doer in southern Lebanon. So that's still going on. It's been going overnight. It was going on. It's now about 8 a.m. No, it's about 7:30 a.m. Lebanon time. And Al Jazeera just said 5 minutes ago, more Israeli strikes. Remember that the memorandum of understanding says there's not supposed to be any more fighting in Lebanon. But Al Jazeera just posted 5 minutes ago saying more strikes in Lebanon. Yep, and Hot News, who I follow, that was like an hour ago. This Al Jazeera was 5 minutes ago. MTV News Lebanon posted a few minutes ago that the South Lebanon is experiencing its most difficult nights and a large number of victims and wounded. NNA, which I think is the Lebanese government news agency, NNA, yeah, the National News Agency of Lebanon, the official government news agency, let me read you something from them. They say martyrs and wounded in a series of dead and wounded in a series of Israeli raids. Series of raids on Nabatea and its area and concentrated artillery shelling of several villages. This is from about 20 minutes ago from Lebanese state news. Israel committed several massacres at dawn in the eastern towns of Haruf and Kafr Sir in the district of Nabatea, that's southern Lebanon, after the air raids targeted after midnight inhabited houses, which led to a number of dead, wounded, and missing. This was one of the most difficult nights during the last period of aggression in Nabatea and the Nabatea region. This is the Lebanese government. This is not Hezbollah media. This is Lebanese government media. Lebanese government says the enemy, which would be Israel, escalated from its pace widely and bombarded its artillery violently and centrally. They talk about airstrikes and artillery. They talk about multiple people dead in different locations in southern Lebanon. So again, that's a story out, I think it was posted about 20 minutes ago by the Lebanese government media. And again, none of this is going to make Iran happy. Now, I'm assuming Israel would say is that it's attacking Hezbollah sites. General Lissimo says maybe Israel will prevent this U.S. capitulation. I don't know if this fighting keeps going on in southern Lebanon. I don't know that you're going to have Israel. You're going to have Iran-U.S. negotiations. For those who hadn't seen it and weren't with us earlier, I just want to quickly mention something here. Varkoshistan says this will stop when the Russia and Ukraine war stops. Yeah, just in case you hadn't, for those who weren't here earlier, we talked about this a bunch, but just to mention it quickly again, what happened with Russia, with Moscow. Ukrainian drones set a Moscow refinery ablaze in a major attack on the Russian capital. Ukraine struck a major Moscow oil refinery Thursday for the second time in a week. We just watched the videos, sending huge plumes of black smoke over the capital and disrupting hundreds of flights at its airports in one of its biggest drone attacks since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Reportedly the biggest attack on Moscow in the war. Ukraine has repeatedly targeted Russian oil facilities, aiming to cut Moscow's revenue for the war and make Russians feel the consequences of the invasion. Some areas have reported fuel shortages. The attack, well, now Russia again said about 200 drones headed for Moscow were shot down. That's what they said in Russia. President Zelensky of Ukraine said, if Ukraine is going to burn, your Moscow will burn too. Zelensky said the attack was part of Ukraine's effort to bring President Putin to the negotiating table. It's time to end the aggression, time to end this war. AP says the Ukrainian attack embarrasses Putin again. The Moscow attack was the latest embarrassment for Putin. Ukrainian drones attacked his hometown of St. Petersburg earlier this month as he welcomed foreign VIPs to his showcase economic forum in the city. Oh, I'm hearing the sound of the video playing again, sorry. Russian state-controlled TV channels only briefly mentioned the attack on Moscow. Pro-Kremlin newspapers reported it, with some praising the performance of air defenses while noting that the strike highlighted the need to further strengthen the defensive shield around the capital. Some Russian hawks urged the Kremlin to respond with nuclear weapons. Nationalist Konstantin Malafeyev criticized the military for fighting at half strength in a gentlemanlike way. Malafeyev wrote on his Telegram channel, saying war means victory at any cost, saying the use of the nuclear weapons that our ancestors created and stockpiled while mobilizing the entire country's strength precisely for this purpose to win. I'm not hearing any talk that that's seriously being considered, by the way. Thick black smoke and occasional flames spewed from Moscow oil refinery amid its red and white smokestacks on the southeastern edge of the city, about 9 miles from the Kremlin. Sooty black rain fell on cars, according to local video, as Sean TV, our viewer, pointed out. The refinery in Moscow is one of the biggest in Moscow, producing more than a third of the Moscow region's fuel. The mayor of Moscow said the fire at the refinery was largely contained eventually. Fuel supplies in Russia appear to be under strain as Ukraine pressed its strikes on Russia's energy infrastructure. Gas station chains in multiple regions have introduced restrictions on what drivers could buy. Russian independent news outlet Agentstvo reported 1 out of every 4 gas stations has introduced some kind of restrictions. The attack also temporarily halted flights from 4 Moscow airports. Yes, Russia said its air defenses overnight shot down over 500 Ukrainian drones over multiple regions, with almost 200 intercepted as they approached Moscow. So we'll be keeping an eye on that situation. Remember, Ukraine has been increasing their drone, both of the amount of drones and the range of their drones. One L1 Nebral says Putin won't change his demands. There is nothing to negotiate for him. Where do they acquire their drones? They make their drones. I believe at least most of their drones. They're making drones in Ukraine. But I believe I would have to look up and see where else they get them from. But I know they make a lot of them. The Council on Foreign Relations has an article from a week ago, entitled How Ukraine's Drone Innovation Reversed Russia's Momentum. Oh, Michael Horowitz helped write that. I follow Michael. And then hold on a second. Let me see. Let me look up something here. Maybe I'll do some research and try to find you something for next time, some more background on their drones. The Great Take thinks Putin should give up. He can't outspend NATO. Uh, NTOOG thinks Moscow will hit Ukraine hard after this. It's the only way they will listen. Sean TV says other EU countries also make drones for Ukraine. Volar Vortex said Ukraine said they'd make about 200 drones a day, long range drones a day. There's some articles out here. I'm just trying to quickly get you some facts here. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to try to get you some more information about that. It's a good question about the Ukrainian drone industry. The Georgetown Security Studies Review had an article about Ukraine's drone industry. Now, I don't know when this article came out. It's according to them in 2024. In 2024, 96% of Ukraine's drones deployed were domestically produced, were produced in Ukraine. And then, according to this article in Georgetown Security Studies Review, they said in 2025, Ukraine was producing, that's what it says. It says 200,000 FPV drones monthly. That's what they say. It says in 2025, they increased their monthly first-person video drone, FPV drone production capacity from 20,000 per month in 2024 to 200,000 in 2025. President Zelensky said in February 2025 that Ukraine is capable of producing 4 million drones annually. And I don't know how that was, more than a year ago. Naomi Lusso says, "Wow, that's a lot." Oh, first-person view FPV, not first-person video. Thank you for the correction. First-person view drone. John V says, Ukraine has done an incredible job rebuilding and expanding industry during the war. All right, let me just see if I have any other updates here. I know we've been jumping around a bunch tonight. I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Ukraine stuff too. So we've been so busy covering Middle East stuff. I think we've had less time to cover Ukraine stuff, but I certainly want to keep covering that. Yeah, and who knows what's going to happen with all of the Iran negotiations and everything, and the fighting in Lebanon. It all seems like a very stuff could change at any time. But thanks, Crypto King, for your support. I appreciate that. Thanks, Jesus UCSB, who says, "Isn't it hypocritical for Iran to be able to defend themselves, and yet we still won't support Ukraine? Make it make sense." That's what Jesus says. BRB says it probably will. You mean like stuff will develop? Thomas Darwin thinks it'll be another wild weekend. Echo Park Mom says Russia must not know where Ukraine is making their drones. Maybe they can easily shift it from place to place. I'm not sure. And remember also, for some reason, President Trump is going to Camp David this weekend. And that was announced tonight, and I haven't seen any reporting on why he's going there. So we'll see what happens with that. Jeff Gwaltney thinks there's similarities between Iran and Ukraine, including things like raising gas prices by hitting oil and no willingness to negotiate. I mean, the situations are different in the sense of, just in the bare sense that Russia has invaded Ukraine. But Jeff says he thinks he sees some similarities there. Thanks, Jeff, for writing in. So I'm just checking some messages here. Oh, I got an update from NHK. So NHK says regarding the elementary school fire in Japan, which we were talking about earlier, 8 students and 2 teachers were taken to the hospital. Nobody was trapped inside the school, which is good. 10 were injured. One child suffered a broken arm when he fell while evacuating. 10 were taken to the hospital with injuries or either injuries or feeling unwell. No one was left behind. 8 students and 2 teachers. Also, NHK says a 5th grade music class was taking place in the music room where the fire started. PW360 believes that the MOU, the draft of the not the draft. The memorandum of understanding is not available on a government website. I have not seen it on a U.S. government website. You can find it posted on multiple news outlets. Have it posted. For example, Reuters posted it. They said that I believe they said they were read by a government official. So I have not seen it on a government site yet either. Yeah, Reuters has an article with the text in it. So you can find it online. The White House on Thursday sent Congress the text of an interim U.S.-Iran agreement to halt the war and open the Strait of Hormuz. The document, a copy, which was seen by Reuters outlines in 14 points, blah, 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 blah. We talked about a bunch of this earlier. I'm not going to go through it all again right now, but maybe I can put a link in the chat. Yes, I am going to post a link in the chat right now to the Reuters article with the text of the deal. I just posted it in the chat for you, so you can read it yourself if you'd like. Thanks for writing in. Hang on. PW360. Daniel Lombard points out the market is closed on Friday. Yes, a holiday, Juneteenth. Data Please says, are you seeing reports of issues in Koreatown after Mexico win? I haven't seen anything big myself, but I haven't really been looking, so I'll keep an eye out. There's some videos of a lot of fans in Mexico, in Koreatown. But I haven't seen anything myself here yet, so I'll have to look later and keep an eye on things. Thank you for writing in about that, though. All right. I think we're getting to our point. Guys. I would not at all be surprised if there's big developments in one of these stories, or who knows what else this weekend. So I'll be keeping an eye on everything. But, and we have President Trump going to Camp David too. So what's going to happen with the fighting in southern Lebanon? What's going to happen in Iran-U.S. relations? Could we have a big development with Ukraine and Russia? I don't know. We'll have to see. But I'll keep an eye on things. And if there's big news, we'll come on the air. I appreciate you guys joining for the stream tonight. Yes, as Bogan says, no deal signing today. They're not doing an in-person deal signing. That's supposedly not happening. They did their... Oh, I mean, President Trump posted a video. I know a lot of you probably saw this. Didn't President Trump post the video? Who posted the video of Trump signing? Where is it? Oh, Dan Scavino posted it right here. Look. In case you didn't see it, White House's Dan Scavino posted a video of Trump signing the... he's assistant to the president. He posted a video of Trump signing the memorandum of understanding at Versailles in France. Here, hold on. Look. Dan Scavino said, just prior to this evening's dinner at Versailles in France, hosted by President Macron, President Trump signed the Iran memorandum of understanding. Once Secretary Rubio received it. A pretty key moment in history we are sharing together. Secretary Rubio. Here, hold on.
This is historical. Yes.
Bravo.
How about we'll keep the pen with it? Yeah. We'll keep the other pen. You can keep the other side.
Good job.
Thank you, everybody.
Great job.
Bravo.
So that was that. Okay. Hey, I really appreciate everybody tuning in for the broadcast tonight. I know we jumped around and covered a bunch of different things, but I appreciate people being here, and we'll jump on the air this weekend as the news warrants. So this is Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. If you want, subscribe, follow the channel. Subscribe or follow the channel. And I would recommend turn on our notifications. Who knows what'll happen next? And if we may have to jump on the air and cover news real quick, but you can get a notification before we go live every single time in advance, giving you a heads up we're going live. So if that sounds like something you might want, you can get the notifications for free. The mods will post the link to the free notifications in the chat. You can also find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Sign up for the free notifications so you find out when we're going live. I really appreciate you tuning in. We got to take a bunch of comments tonight, which was great. So thanks for everybody for writing in with your comments and your questions and giving me updates. Huge thanks to our moderators. Moderators are awesome. They're fantastic. They're the ones that allow us to have chat rooms. We could not have our chat rooms without our moderators. So let me thank them. Give me a moment here as my chat screen temporarily disappeared. Ruth over on YouTube, thank you so much, Ruth, for being there. And all of our other moderators over on on YouTube tonight. Leslie Ladyhawk was there, I know, and the others. And our Twitch moderators like Bash and Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Big thanks. Our Facebook moderators, Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson, Michael Fergal, Kay Lowry Body, Linda Belg, Larry, Misha on X. Huge thanks to our moderators for keeping things under control in the chat. Thanks, and thanks everybody for supporting the channel. I really appreciate your support. That's what allows the channel to exist. Thank you so much. I owe a thanks to Jeff TE88PFCR. Jeff says, why did Russia invade Ukraine? Did Ukraine violate a treaty, perhaps? You'll have to discuss that among yourselves. We're getting off the air right now. But thank you, Jeff, for all your support. Thank you, Crypto King. Crypto King, thanks for shouting out the mods, too. We are, hold on a second. I want to shout out Kendra Fox. Thanks for all your support, Kendra Fox. And also Dog Bees, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Big Dog Gaming for your support. PVB, I'll say. PVB, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Okay to play all day. Thanks for your support on Twitch, and everybody else for your support. Oh, and I forgot to thank someone, I think. Susan Priest Buchner and Maxie Prieg and Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. Sorry it took so long to thank you. Thank you. I will post updates over the weekend when we're not on the air on my X account. You can follow me for news on X. You can follow me there, breaking news, at Lookner on X. And if you're on X, I would suggest following Agenda Free TV on X. At Agenda Free TV, because I always give you a heads up there when we're going live. I also post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV on X. Also, let's see here. Oh, we do have a chat room where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free TV Discord chat. Check it out. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods who help out in our Discord chat. And I also want to mention on YouTube, if you're watching there. Oh, hold on. We got a statement from the IDF. Hey, just before we get off the air, we got a statement from the IDF. Hold on. I just saw this. We talked about the fighting overnight. Here, look. Israel Defense Forces. IDF struck throughout the night and continues to strike terrorists and terror infrastructure of the terror organization Hezbollah in several sectors in southern Lebanon. The strikes were carried out following repeated and ongoing violations of the ceasefire by the terror organization Hezbollah. So, we've been talking about how there was reports coming out of heavy fighting overnight between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Remember, the memorandum of understanding says there's not supposed to be fighting in Lebanon. By the way, I have a question. So I know for those of you on X, when I'm on X now, things just get automatically translated. X, although I don't know if it's because if you have to have an X, if you have to subscribe to X for this. My point is something like this. If I repost it, are you guys going to see the translated version, or are you going to see the untranslated version? I didn't have to translate this. It just comes up on my X feed translated. Can people in the chat say, if you're on X, if I repost this and it's originally in Hebrew, are you going to see it in English or are you going to see it in Hebrew? Because I don't know whether I should translate and post the translated version or if that's just redundant. It's always translated, whatever the viewer language is. Looks the same. I can't test it out because, well, I'm not going to do it right now, but auto-translated for me, no problem. All right, so a bunch of people are saying it's translated because I'm just going to repost this and hope that you can read it. Yeah, a bunch of people are saying that it just comes up translated. A lot of our viewers. Great. So good to know. So because before before they did that, I would translate it myself and then post the translation. But now I don't have to. I think it's good that they do that. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Anyway, so I wanted to get you that statement from, I don't know if there were any injuries to Israel. The national news and Lebanon government news said there were a bunch of people who were killed and injured in Lebanon. I don't know if any Israelis were injured or killed. I wish nobody was injured or killed on either side. Oh, for those of you on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we're live. For you YouTube viewers, to do that, what you want to do is, by the way, Central Arkansas, I can't even read this. Centaur K Central Arkansas says, boo, Israel is the aggressor and they are the deal breakers. That's what that person says. We have a lot of different views in our chat. If you want to get the notifications on YouTube, what you need to do is you got to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Big thanks to our Facebook subscribers, people who subscribe over there and support the channel, like Sophie Coretta and Brian, thanks Brian Davia for watching, and Diane Allworth for subscribing, and Kay Lowry Body for subscribing, and Michael Clayton for subscribing, and all of our other subscribers over there on Facebook, big thanks. Also on Twitch are subscribing, like Hugh J, Bastion Girl, Midtown Mike, My Mind Spray, Wall Street. Did I thank the my brain has stopped working. I think I thanked the Twitch moderators, right? Bastion Girl, Idaho Star, Matthew Co, I3 Surly Dev. Hopefully I did. And all of our other Twitch mods. Recovering Too Slow, thanks for subscribing. My Mind Spray, Wall Street Shaggy, and Naomi Russo, Boba J Fett, Bogan, Midtown Mike, Gin Tonic Solution. Gin Tonic Solution says no peace deal. Kendra Fox, thanks for all your support, Kendra Fox. I really appreciate it. Hey, thanks to S7 Dave for subscribing as well. Thanks, Dog Beast, for subscribing. All of our subscribers, thank you over there. And our YouTube members. Big thanks. Evelyn in Maine, Crypto King, I Am Good Goy, CAC, 813, Eric Johnson, Drew DBC, Idaho Sweet Syringa, Ken Lance, Barry, Betty Westbrook, Daisy, Gary Baines, and all of our other Twitch, our YouTube members. Trump is posting, one of our viewers said. I don't know, Trump could post about stuff tonight. Trump is posting in the sense of there's a bunch of memes being posted on Trump's account. That doesn't mean he personally is posting. There's been 5 videos posted on the Trump account in the last couple minutes. But that doesn't mean we're going to get it. I don't think Trump is himself posting those videos. I don't know that we're going to get the Trump written post. There's a lot of, the White House posts a bunch of videos on his True Social, but there's like a couple of UFC freedom videos that were posted. So I don't know that I don't see any posts from him. He could. The last few minutes where it's just written in his writing. So who knows? Maybe he'll start posting. He might post stuff himself soon. Or the non-video stuff. Dr. McRib says business as usual. Thanks, Dr. McRib, Gary Baines, Thomas Darwin for being members. Kristen Hafner. Psycho Mantis thinks those posts are automatic. They might be. Oh, you're saying translation is automatic, I think. Thanks also to all of our ex-viewers for watching. Thanks to our ex-viewers. Thanks Papper1K4 for watching. Primal7, thanks for watching on Twitch. And Becky French, thanks for watching. Sarah Smile, thanks for watching. All right, so we're wrapping this up. Again, I don't know what's going to happen this weekend. Who knows what's going to happen with Israel and Iran, with Iran and the U.S. and Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon and Ukraine and Russia and who knows what else in Camp David. So I'll have to just keep an eye on things, and we'll come on the air over the weekend as things warrant. All right, so that is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.